Dr. Awam, our chairman, will join by online because we have a meeting in support. You know support, one office. There. This the deputy of
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to our event joint international webinar Indonesia-Korea e-Green Up Seminar, Mutual Sustainable Co-Created Innovation Ecosystem with Community. We would like to announce that the event will be start soon, so please, for all participants, online and offline, who still in outside the room or not, we will start the event soon. Thank you very much.
Sebagai negara kepulauan dengan kekayaan sumber daya alam dan sumber daya hayati yang melimpah, membangun dan memperkokoh kesiapan dan daya saing sektor agroindustri merupakan pilihan penting dalam rangka menopang ketersediaan dan kemandirian bidang pangan dan industri terkait lainnya. BPPT melalui Deputi Bidang Teknologi Agroindustri dan Bioteknologi telah dan terus berkarya pada kedua bidang tersebut, meningkatkan daya saing industri dalam negeri dan mengurangi ketergantungan impor merupakan arah utama pelaksanaan tugas BPPT sebagai lembaga kaji terap teknologi. Melalui 6 unit kerja yang ada, yaitu PTPP, PTA, PTB, PTFM, B2TP, dan Balai Bioteknologi, serta dukungan sekitar 470 sumber daya manusia, Deputi TAB telah menerjemahkan 7 peran BPPT dalam pelaksanaan kegiatan inovasi teknologi agroindustri dan bioteknologi, yaitu rekayasaan, clearing teknologi, audit teknologi, alih teknologi, intermediasi, difusi, dan komersialisasi teknologi. Dalam kurun waktu 2015 sampai dengan 2019, Deputi TAB telah menghasilkan beberapa inovasi teknologi yang telah dimanfaatkan oleh industri ataupun masyarakat. Untuk bidang pangan, kami memiliki beberapa inovasi teknologi, diantaranya adalah Biskunil, formula pangan darurat atau biskuit untuk mendukung penyediaan bahan pangan nutrisi tinggi di daerah bencana. Merupakan sediaan berupa abon tabur yang terbuat dari hidrolisis kedelai dan rumput laut, diperkaya dengan zat besi dan vitamin, serta inovasi teknologi beras sehat, beras yang diproduksi dari bahan baku lokal seperti jagung, sagu, singkong, tanpa pengawet, tanpa pewarna, tanpa perasa, dengan indeks glikemik yang lebih rendah dibandingkan dengan beras padi. Inovasi teknologi bidang pertanian, peternakan, dan perkebunan, kami telah memiliki inovasi teknologi perbanyakan benih kentang secara ex vitro. Teknologi ini merupakan teknik fotokopi untuk menghasilkan perbanyakan benih kentang secara cepat. Inovasi teknologi integrasi sapi sawit. Salah satu produk kajian ini adalah pakan ternak komplit berbahan baku limbah sawit. Pakan komplit hasil kajian melalui integrasi sapi sawit sudah diaplikasikan kepada beberapa kelompok peternak di Kabupaten Pelalawan dan sudah dipasarkan oleh kelompok CV Karya Lestari. Inovasi si pintar dan si pandai. Si pintar itu singkatan dari Sistem Informasi Pencatatan dan Identifikasi Ternak. Merupakan aplikasi pencatatan ternak yang dikembangkan oleh Pusat Teknologi Produksi Pertanian. Sedangkan si pandai merupakan aplikasi sistem informasi dan formulasi pakan ternak ruminansia yang dilengkapi dengan informasi bahan baku dan kebutuhan nutrisi ternak sesuai dengan kondisi di Indonesia. Inovasi teknologi produksi biopit. Biopit mengandung mikroba potensial dan telah teruji kemampuannya dalam meningkatkan pH tanah gambut sehingga menjadi solusi secara bioteknologi dalam mengurangi pembakaran lahan gambut untuk lahan pertanian. Di bidang kesehatan kita sudah memiliki beberapa produk inovasi. Di antaranya adalah produk kit rapid test dengue. Kit rapid test demam berdarah dengue ini dapat mendeteksi dini infeksi penyakit DBD. Produksi komersial kit rapid test ini akan dilakukan oleh PT Kimia Farma Tbk. Garam NaCl Pro Analisa. Garam Pro Analisa adalah garam dengan kemurnian tinggi, lebih dari 99,5% untuk keperluan laboratorium dan mikrobiologi. Paten teknologi pemurnian garam menjadi garam Pro Analisa sudah diaplikasikan oleh PT Karya Daya Farmasi di Bogor dengan kapasitas produksi 100 ton per tahun. Produk inovasi bahan baku obat, jenis bahan baku obat yang digunakan sebagai salah satu bahan baku sediaan infus. Rekayasa TAB telah berhasil mengembangkan teknologi produksi DMH farmasi skala batch 6-7 kg produk per batch. Selanjutnya produk inovasi bahan baku obat antibiotik cefalosporin dan turunannya. Cefalosporin adalah salah satu jenis antibiotik golongan beta-laktan yang cukup tinggi penggunaannya di Indonesia. Produk inovasi cangkang kapsul rumput laut merupakan produk alternatif dari cangkang kapsul, di mana saat ini yang sebagian besar terbuat dari bahan gelatin hewan yang masih diimpor. Kami juga memiliki beberapa kerjasama dengan lembaga internasional, dengan Korea Research Institute Bioscience and Biotechnology, atau disingkat dengan KRIB dari Korea Selatan, tentang bioprospecting on Indonesian medicinal plant. Kami bekerjasama juga dengan JICA dan AMED Jepang melalui program SATREP tentang kandidat senyawa obat anti malaria dari koleksi mikroba asli Indonesia. Kementerian TAB juga memiliki kerjasama dengan Zhejiang University dari Cina melalui program Joint Laboratory on Biotechnology. Kami juga ada kerjasama dengan GTC, Green Technology Center dari Korea, melalui kerjasama di bidang pengembangan dan promosi green technology. Dalam rangka mendukung perekonomian daerah, BPT mendampingi pemerintah Kabupaten Grobogan dalam pembangunan Teknopark Grobogan sejak tahun 2015 yang difokuskan sebagai Teknopark Pangan. Pembangunan Teknopark Bantaeng merupakan sebuah model Teknopark nasional yang dibangun berbasis sumber daya daerah serta dilaksanakan bekerjasama dengan pemerintah kabupaten. Model Teknopark ini diharapkan dapat menjadi percontohan dan diduplikasi di daerah lain. Sebagaimana diamanahkan oleh Undang-Undang Nomor 11 Tahun 2019 tentang Sistem Nasional Ilmu Pengetahuan dan Teknologi, sebagai bagian dari BPT, Ikuti Kami akan terus meningkatkan kinerja inovasi dan layanan teknologi di bidang pangan, pertanian, dan kesehatan melalui penguatan peran Kerjasama. Ikuti Kami senantiasa terbuka dan siap untuk berkolaborasi dan bermitra dengan industri dan stakeholder lain. TAB, let's change for a better future. Deputi Bidang TAB merupakan kedeputian di BPT yang mempunyai kompetensi teknologi di bidang pangan, pertanian, dan kesehatan. Mengacu pada RPJM, prioritas nasional, dan rencana strategis lembaga, Deputi Bidang TAB telah menyusun program kegiatan untuk periode 2020 hingga 2024. Dua kelompok program yang akan dilaksanakan oleh Deputi Bidang TAB, yaitu pertama, program prioritas riset nasional atau flagship bahan baku obat dan flagship pangan untuk mencegah stunting. Dan yang kedua, ada program non-flagship, yaitu kegiatan sebagai bagian dari penugasan, penguatan kompetensi, percepatan hilirisasi hasil kajian teknologi sebelumnya, maupun sebagai bagian dari layanan teknologi. Adapun target luaran utama dari program flagship bahan baku obat tahun 2020 hingga tahun 2024 adalah pada tahun 2020 bersama PT Kimia Farma Persero Tbk akan diluncurkan produk perdana kit rapid test dengue pada sekitar bulan Agustus atau September 2020. Pada tahun 2021, alih teknologi formula obat herbal terstandar atau liquid care pada industri pengguna PT Deltomed Laboratory. Dan tahun 2022, kami memiliki target alih teknologi biokonversi penisilin menjadi 6 APA atau 6 amino penisilanik acid pada industri. Tahun 2023, alih teknologi produksi senyawa intermediate paracetamol atau nitrobenzen pada industri. Alih teknologi formula obat herbal terstandar pada industri. Dan kemudian pada tahun 2024 target kami adalah alih teknologi sintesis antibiotik amoksisilin pada industri dengan mitra PT Misi Farma dan alih teknologi produksi adjuvan vaksin pada industri dengan mitra PT Bio Farma. Selain target luaran utama milestone tersebut, program flagship BBU ini juga akan menghasilkan luaran penting lainnya seperti rekomendasi teknis, paten, publikasi, sertifikasi laboratorium, dan peningkatan kompetensi SDM. PT Kimia Farma, PT Mesi Farma, dan PT Kimia Farma Sungun Farmakopia adalah mitra potensial yang telah memberikan komitmen untuk melakukan hilirisasi teknologi produksi bahan baku obat yang telah dikembangkan oleh BPPT. Penggunaan bahan baku lokal untuk media dan bahan baku proses merupakan keunggulan dari teknologi produksi bahan baku obat antibiotik, sehingga biaya proses produksi menjadi lebih rendah dan tingkat komponen dalam negeri menjadi lebih tinggi. Program prioritas riset nasional atau flagship pangan untuk mencegah stunting tahun 2020 dan tahun 2024 merupakan bagian dari prioritas riset nasional revitalisasi ketahanan pangan atau pencegahan stunting, di mana LIPI sebagai
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will start the event now. So please ready in your position, and then the people on the participant in the online can also start to join the event. Now please, MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Windu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Annyeonghaseyo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Indonesia-Korea e-Green Up Seminar mutual, sustainable, co-created innovation ecosystem with community. My name is Weni, and it is a precious chance for me to be your master of ceremony on this very special occasion. First of all, let's say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this special event. Praise and salutation upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, today, in May 25th, 2021, we are live from Millennium Hotel, Jakarta, and we also live in BPPT TV YouTube channel. Now, please join me in welcoming Honorable Dr. Insinyur Hamam Riza MSc, the Chairman of the Agency for the Assessment and the Application of Technology, BPPT. Good morning, sir. Honorable Dr. Byung Ki Cheong, the President of Green Technology Center, GTC, Korea. Good morning, sir. Honorable Mr. Suk Johnson, PhD, Korea Counselor for ASEAN. Good morning, sir. Honorable Dr. Insinyur Soni Solistia Wirawan M.Eng, Deputy Chairman of Agroindustry and Biotechnology, BPPT. Good morning, sir. Honorable Dr. Insinyur Gatot Dwianto M.Eng, Chairman of Technology Policy Assessment, BPPT. Good morning, sir. Honorable all deputy members of BPPT. Honorable Mr. Han Sang-jae, the CEO of PTNNE Plantation. Good morning, sir. Honorable Dr. Yong Cheo Kim, Executive Director, Corridor Group. Good morning, sir. Honorable of Director, members of BPPT. And the last but not least, distinguished speakers from BPPT Indonesia, KIST South Korea, KIIST South Korea, GTC South Korea, KIER South Korea, UST South Korea, ASAIC, University of Lampung, Indonesia, Griffith University of Australia, and all the participants who attend this seminar. So ladies and gentlemen, to open this seminar, let's sing the national anthem of Indonesia and South Korea. All attendees are kindly requested to stand. The national anthem of Indonesia. national anthem of South Korea. All attendees are kindly requested to sit back. Ladies and gentlemen, we will listen to the opening remarks from the President of Green Technology Center that will be delivered online from South Korea by Dr. Byung Ki-cheong. Dr. Byung Ki-cheong, the stage is yours.
Thank you. As President of Green Technology Center Korea, I'm deeply honored to give an opening remark for the e-Green Up seminar co-hosted by GTPI of GTC and BPPT. I'd like to express my special thanks to President Dr. Harman Riza, Deputy President Dr. Sun, and all BPPT members, and extend my appreciation to all the participants of our partner institutes of KIST, UST, KAIST, ASAE, Griffith University, KIER, and UNILA. Without your presence and willingness to strengthen our partnership, this seminar wouldn't be possible. I remember GTC made 3 promises for the GTPI-BPPT partnership at the opening ceremony about 2 years ago. I actually brought a picture. So our first promise was GTPI would become a platform for science and technology, a cooperation between Indonesia and Korea. A second was GTPI would contribute to Indonesia's resource recycling social development by adopting the principles of a circular economy. Lastly, GTPI would expand the scope of interests beyond the circular economy to include renewable energy, climate-smart agriculture, and regional climate security from natural disasters upon agreement between both sides. To keep these promises, we have made hard efforts to move forward through unexpected challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic in particular. And I proudly claim that we have accomplished more than what we could have imagined, establishing a solid, undeniable, and mutually benefiting partnership between Korea and Indonesia.
I'd like to present my heartfelt thanks to President Dr. Hamman Riza for his leadership, support, and unshakable trust in the partnership that have been essential to the progress made so far. My special appreciation also goes to Dr. Kwan Young Kim for his untiring and unsparing devotion to his mission. Please let me further to suggest big hands of praise and encouragement to one another in the partnership. Can you do that now? In congratulation of what we have accomplished together, we have entitled today's seminar as E-Green Up for a Mutual, Co-Creating, and Sustainable Partnership. This E-Green Up seminar is indeed a vivid evidence of a progressive partnership between Korea and Indonesia, uninterrupted even in this stressful time of COVID-19. Over 3 sessions of today's seminar representing the areas of cooperation, which are green climate smart farming R&D, municipal waste R&D, and renewable energy development respectively, we will share not only the outcomes from partnership over the past 2 years, but also enabling new strategies and tactics for green development in the time ahead. I hope that this seminar will provide an opportunity to critically assess the accomplishments so far and to lay out a plan for the next chapter of the partnership so as to be more mutual, sustainable, and co-creating. I regret I could only deliver my gratitude and blessing for this seminar online due to COVID-19, and I hope that I could visit sometime next year for a similar event to advance the partnership further. Once again, I'm greatly thankful to President Hamman Riza and all the members of BPPT for their strong commitment to the partnership and collaboration with GTPI. With such a commitment from both sides, I have no doubt that BPPT and GTC will grow as valuable and unrivaled partners for sustainable development for Indonesian, Korean, and global communities. I wish every attendant of the seminar to have an enjoyable, inspiring, and rewarding time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Byung-Ki Cheong. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will listen to the progress report of the green collaboration between BPPT and GTC that will be delivered by Dr. Kwan Young Kim, the Director of Green Technology Partnership Initiation. Dr. Kwan Young Kim, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum. So, nama saya Kwan Young Kim. Yeah. Today, there are very much thank you. I'm very honored to share my GTPI progress report too. You can see the first slide. This is the GTPI, the cooperation structure. 2019, we got an inauguration ceremony at the BPPT auditorium. By the supporting of the Ministry of Science ICT and also National Research Foundation, we inaugurated GTPI Center in 2019. Since then, we got a collaboration with the BPPT with the specific center PTL, PTC, PTPP. This is the main our core partnership. We also got a GTPI has got a 4 or 5 functions. There are technical assistant, information sharing, and also the research and development and demonstration, also technical support with the information sharing capacity building. You can see the comprehensive and the very simple cooperation structure between the BPPT and GTC in the name of the GTPI. The next slide, there are specific, we got the domain of the concept, you can see the cooperation with between the GDPI, the PTL, in terms of the how to change, how to improve the municipal solid waste improvement. With the cooperation PTC in terms of the renewable energy development, how to form it to biogasification in Indonesia, how to apply it to in the demonstration in the Kalimantan and Sumatra. As well as our cooperation PTPP, we got how to develop the smart farming. We are trying to focusing more. There are gathering many financial support from outside, from Ministry of Science and ICT, from CTCN in Denmark. This is we are focusing on the smart farming development. Not only the PPPT, but also UNIRA, the Lampung University, we are trying to implementation and the demonstration some the codified black pellet development and not only that, we cooperation with the Ministry of Industry. Under the Ministry of Industry, MIDC, this is under the some research center. We got some meeting with them. The next slide, you can see the comprehensive and the one big picture. You can see the left side there we got 5 agenda. Due to we got a MOU agreement 2018 December. We got agreement between the GTC and PPPT. At the time, we announced the 5 agenda: resource recycling, society development, renewable energy development, sustainable agriculture and fishery development, and the sustainable water, as well as the hazard, natural hazard disaster. It's like a tsunami, and there are many earthquake happened in Indonesia. According to 5 agenda, we cooperated in the function of who is the partner organization in Korea. We have the collaboration, the organization in the Indonesia. The name is CATEP, Anyang University, KL, LG International, Hyundai, Engineering and Construction, KTL, KECO, something like that. This is a partner organization in Korea. Not only that, Indonesia partner such as the BPPT PTL, BPPT PTC, BPPT PTPP, and also there are many in the international organization in Jakarta, ASEC, and the ASEAN Center for Energy, even the GGGI Indonesian Center. This is a slide. You can see the comprehensive, the one big picture with the cooperation among the GTC, BPPT, and another that are in the public-private partnership organization, such as including that are in the community. Community means the people in the local government. I've been there in the Sumatra. I got to meet with the Batubara and the Medan and the Riau, Pekanbaru, even there are Lampung. This is our local partnership, local government. With them also trying to some beneficial to the community in the local community in the local with the cooperation with the local government. You can see the next slide. I gotta make it. There are elaboration with which one is specifically from agenda 1 to agenda 10. This is agenda 1. There are the cooperation. Our center our center started the science, technology, innovation, open innovation platform 2019. At the time, since then, we're trying to many more the cooperation internally, externally with the international cooperation in Indonesia. The agenda also, we are trying to the cooperation with the ASEAN mission, ASEAN Korea Development Cooperation for Solution, Municipal Solid Waste Management. The third agenda, we're trying to make a POMI to biogasification. There are so many POM factory in the Kalimantan, Sumatra. There are so many from the waste from the palm factory. There is the EFB, PKS, PKC, not only that in the POMIA. So we're trying to make it to energy from the waste from the farm factory. So the fourth agenda, trying to disseminating and diffusing the green climate technology by establishing smart farm in Indonesia. The next agenda, trying to infrastructure development for smart water system based on the Indonesian river water quality problem. we're trying to improve how to the management river water pollution problem. Next agenda, data gathering, the information sharing for the municipal solid waste, and also there are agricultural waste to energy issue. Another issue there are trying to bio drying technology to application to Indonesia from Korea. Another agenda is the torrefied based pilot development and technology that are transfer and commercialization. So agenda 9, that are finally trying to what are going to do GDPI in 2 or 3 years later. We are trying to positioning hope to there, trying to make a Indonesia-Korea technology transfer, technology commercialization center. So trying to commercialization center and policy recommendation between the country. Finally, we are trying to make a cooperation with the Ministry of Indonesia, Ministry of Industry in Indonesia. The next slide, you can see I want to do in Bahasa Indonesia, Kerjasama, also in English, working together for successful green growth. Thank you very much. Thank you for attention. This is a short brief, the GTPI progress report. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you, Dr. Kwan Yung Kim. Now we will listen to the progress report of Global Solid Collaboration of BPPT and also the opening remarks by Dr. Sony Solistia Wirawan, the Deputy Chairman of BPPT. To Dr. Sony, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Annyeong haseo. That's right. Okay. Yeah. I have a list of very important person from Korea here, so I have to announce. Honorable Mr. Suk Jun Sun, Counselor of Mission of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN. Honorable Dr. Byung Ki Cheong, President of Green Technology Center, GTC. Honorable Dr. Hamam Rija, the Chairman of BPT, and also attend the Principal Secretary and all Deputy, and Director of BPT, maybe in online. Honorable Dr. Kwan Yung Kim, Director Green Technology Partnership Initiative. Honorable Suni Rebecca Ko, Team Leader ASIC. Honorable Dr. Ju Yong Lee Kis, Reverend Dr. Ileana Palako, KAIS ITTP, and Jin Lee from UST, Professor Sarin Rondel Tiele, from SMART, and Dr. Hun Lee from KIER, Professor Udin Hasanuddin from UNILA, all director of BPT, distinguished guest speaker from KIS, UST, KAIS, IT, TP, ASIC, SMART, KIER, and UNILA. I think thank you very much. Everybody has already come and attend and support this very important meeting. First of all, allow me to express my sincere pleasure in welcoming all of you to this Indonesia-Korea Green Up Seminar, Mutual Sustainable
Laki meeting.
Co-created Innovation Ecosystem.
Saiki.
Korea by the support of Ministry of Science and ICT and National Research Foundation of Korea. GTPI would like to first the multilateral partnership enhancement and research development and demonstration of green technology-based projects and policies under multilateral cooperation and development scheme, as well as to establish a strategic partnership with government agency, university, industry, international organization, and civil society for achieving common purposes through sharing responsibilities, resources, competencies, and benefit. BPPT GTPI partnership aims to enhance the ecosystem of innovation for the nation's competitiveness that consists of 5 aspects: academic, government, community, media, and business. Firstly, the collaboration was initiated in 2018 by MOU agreement signing between BPPT and GTC. Subsequently, GTPI opening ceremony, launching seminar, Green RDD Dialogue and Young Scientist Global Green Up workshop was held in 2019. Followed by capacity building program, tailor-made course Research Pro in Korea. In 2020 to 2021, there are some activities including smart farming focus discussion group by KISS, international webinar, and the National Young Scientist Competition. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the collaboration of BPPT GTPI has 5 main agenda, which are circular economy, renewable energy, sustainable water, climate smart agriculture, and natural disaster resilient region. BPT also has 8 focus areas, including transportation, energy, health and food, engineering, disaster mitigation, artificial intelligence, maritime, defense and security. The BPPTs are definitely could support collaboration agenda between BPT and GTPI. There are some programs that have been completed by BPT GTPI, including one is the circular economy program, conversion biomass tech energy in Lampung, and organic waste management in Makassar. The second, renewable energy, smart microgrid in Sumba, BPT renewable energy pilot plant site field study. The third is sustainable water program, development of river water quality monitoring system. Fourth is climate smart agriculture, CSA technology practice identification, BSF farming with food waste. And the fifth, natural disaster resilient regions and drone mapping for disaster impact assessment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, BPPT GTPI has successfully performed some activities related to green technology development, including first, GTPI and PTL collaboration, data gathering and information analysis for innovation of municipal solid waste management in Indonesia, conducting data gathering for policy recommendation for municipal waste management, conducting localized RD&D with PTL, Environment Technology Center, BPPT, using bio-drying technology for pretreatment of incineration plant in Bantar Gebang. Design and production of prototype for application of bio-drying technology for localizing innovation of pretreatment technology for municipal solid waste of Bantar Gebang. In GTC service assignment for PMC in progressive. KTEP International Joint Research on Bio-drying Technology for Waste to Energy in Bantar Gebang in progressive. The second, GTPI and PT SEC collaboration conducting biomass to energy development, fuel and chemical production from biomass. GTC service assignment with PT SEC BPT conducting linking financial resources from international organization on technology commercialization of biomass to renewable energy. And the third, GTPI and PTPP collaboration, establishing smart farming, applying green science technology and ICT. The National Young Scientist Competition in 2021 and establishing assessment and application of climate smart agriculture in process project application 2021. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we need some strategies to gain collaboration. BPPT GTPI in the future. There is a future strategy of BPPT GTPI collaboration as well as GTPI will be the platform that can develop a partnership between BPT BRIN with all providers of advanced technology, including AI in Korea, research agency and industry, GTC and GTPI may provide support for Indonesia, especially since BPT is expected to play a role in the development of green technology as a response to global climate change in many sectors such as agriculture, energy, and environmental. And Mr. Kwan, this year, as you know, we have a program to make a prototype, or exhibition, room for small smart farming in our office in Serpong, in your office also, So we have 5 billion, 5 billion rupiah. I think that's can be not the big money for our activities, but maybe small for make a good smart farming and big. But I hope we will have a small, beautiful, and advanced smart farming. That will be the showroom. We will invite the Minister of Agriculture, and Minister of Maritime and investment, and to show up the smart farming. As we know, we have smart farming in some, minister and some private company, but we want the small prototype of our smart farming more advanced. So I will be very happy if a Korean technology with your consultant, please help us, at least give advice, what the good design and the advanced one. And it's very welcome if you can support also, introduce your technology, and maybe you can give us some example prototype, put in our office. We will promote. And after all, of course, we can do business. We can copy the small farming in the other area that we can make a business. So please support us. And finally, I'm proudly on behalf of the head of BPT, hereby declare to officially open this international meeting. We hope that BPT could be a center of excellent innovation of Indonesia, particularly in green technology development to provide BPPT GTPI collaboration. Thank you very much. Kamsahamnida. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sony. Please stay on the stage, sir. Okay. Now we would like to invite the Counselor Mission of Korea to ASEAN, Mr. Suk Johnson, to the stage, sir, to accept the souvenir from BPPT.
Batik, T-shirt. You know well, Please.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Oh, ada sertifikat. Oh, we have a certificate. Oh, dalam tuh.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you for Dr. Sony and Mr. Suk Johnson. Now, we would like to invite the Deputy of PKT from BPPT, Dr. Insinyur Gatot Dwianti M.Eng, to be on the stage, and CEO of PT NNI Plantation, Mr. Han Sangjay, to be on the stage.
This is a certificate. Oh, yes, this is from the phone. Thank you very much.
This is the one side one prepared for you. The two things.
Oh, good job. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Okay. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Gatot and Mr. Hang Sangjay. Now we would like to invite the Director of PTPP, Dr. Insinyur Dudi Iskandar, and the Executive Director Korindo Group, Dr. Yong Chio Kim, to be on the stage.
The certificate for you. Thank you for coming. All these from us, and it is our collaboration. Thank you. Exactly. For sure, you think again. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Dudi and Dr. Yang Chio Kim. Now we move to the photo session. We would like to invite all the VIPs to come forward to the stage, sir, to have a together picture. And also for the participants who attend this seminar by online, we would like you to turn on your video camera. Di sini Pak, yes.
One part is above.
Okay.
Please join.
Untuk partisipan di online, mohon dinyalakan video kameranya, karena kami juga akan memoto Bapak Ibu yang ikut secara online.
Ya, 1, 2. Boleh, Pak. Mana deh? Ya, kosongan. Yes. Oke, Bang. Siap. 1, 2, 3. Siap. Nah, lagi, Pak. Semangat ya.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. But it's not finished yet. We would like the VIP to get back to the seat and then stand up again, sir. We want everybody in this venue to get all the picture together. So all the participants in this venue, please stand up, please. Ya, dari sana, Pak. Ya. Oke. Okay. Bapak Ibu, dimohon berdiri, Bapak Ibu, karena kita akan mengambil foto gambar dari arah depan ke arah peserta. Yeah. So all the participants in this room, maybe can stand up, please. So we will get another picture. Yeah. Okay.
Siap, 1, 2, 3. Lagi Pak, tahan, 1, 2. Iya Pak.
Mungkin gaya bebas. Mungkin gaya bebas. Ya, freestyle. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we will continue to the first session with the topic of introduction of the green climate smart farming R&D that will be moderated by Dr. Yuda Purwana, SPD MSI. To Dr. Purwana, the stage is yours. Oh, okay.
Saya sudah hadir ya.
Siap Pak, baik Pak. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now there will be a keynote speech from the chairman of BPPT, Dr. Insinyur Hamamriza MSc. Dr. Hamamriza, the stage is yours.
Suara saya bisa didengar? Terima kasih MC. Suara saya bisa didengar?
Bisa Pak.
Bisa?
Bisa Pak.
Oke. Ya. Baik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi sari sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Tawakkaltu 'ala Allah, la haula wala quwata illa billahil azim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings, a very good morning to all of you. I am honored to be part of this great event, the Indonesia-Korea E-Green Up Seminar, Mutual Sustainable Co-Created Innovation Ecosystem with the Community. So I would like to greet to our partners, Annyeonghaseyo, the Honorable Mr. Suk Johnson, Counselor of Mission of Republic of Korea to ASEAN, Honorable Mr. Byung-ki Cheong, President of Green Technology Center, GTC, also to all my colleagues, the Honorables Deputy Chairmen of BPPT, especially Dr. Sony Sulistia Wirawan, the Deputy Chair for Agro Industry and Biotechnology. Also, I see that together with Pak Sony, there is Dr. Gatot Dwianto, the Technology Policy Deputy Chair, and also other deputies which appear to be online, similar to me, that I'm online from the National Science Technopark in Serpong. So, Honorable Mr. Kwan Yong Kim, Director of Green Technology Partnership Initiative, GTPI. Honorable Directors of BPPT, I would like to mention the Director in the Agro Industry and Biotechnology Deputy Division. And I also would like to greet the distinguished speakers, everyone appearing in the session 1 and session 2 from KIST, UST, from KAIS, from ISAIC, from SMAG, from KIR, and also from University of Lampung, Unila. And thank you for so much for everyone joining this seminar, around 150 participants. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and pleasure to welcoming all of you to this Indonesia-Korea E-Green Up Seminar. mutual sustainable co-created innovation ecosystem with community. This is the implementation of the collaborative project between BPPT, GTC, and GTPI. I am really sorry that I cannot be with you at the Millennium Hotel meeting rooms, but please be assured my heart and my mind goes to all of you in this seminar in order for us to accelerate the innovation ecosystem in our challenge for the climate change, our response to the climate change, our mitigation to climate change. So Indonesia is very vulnerable for climate change. I think all of the countries in the world are very susceptible to the climate change. The year in 2020 was even more challenging to all of us. Also, especially for Indonesia. Early in that year, we were shocked by the flood in the Jakarta area, yeah, and also in the Banten area, which recorded as the highest rainfall in 150 years, with high fatalities. Then, while we hadn't had the time to actually cope with the disaster, coronavirus, COVID-19 attacked us globally, and that has changed the very way of living that we all know about. Yeah. Everyone was struggling to conduct the health protocol, wearing masks, we need to have a social distancing, physical distancing. Even we fight to find a cure to this COVID-19. Yeah. So amidst the pandemic and many social unrest, economic uncertainties in 2020, we, as together, the people of the world, the people of Korea, the people of Indonesia, I think remain strong, yeah, in every aspect, especially in thinking about the climate commitment. Yeah, we have our roadmap to actually bring forward green economy and develop several strategic climate initiatives, climate policies, and climate change should be integrated in every national development project, not only in Korea or in Indonesia, for everyone in the world. Every country needs to commit to low carbon development, yeah, net zero emission development, yeah, which we will struggle from year to year toward the 2050, where we pose our target to achieve the net zero emission as one of the country with net zero emission. Greenhouse gases, yeah, from the human activity, which are the most significant driver of observed climate change since the mid 20th century. Yeah, and Indonesia is the 4th largest greenhouse gases emitter in the world. Just imagine, number 4. We are the most populous country in the world, number 3 or number 4, and we are also the most largest greenhouse gases producer in the world. So energy, forestry, and other land use and peat, such as the agriculture, waste, and industrial process, are the source of greenhouse gas emissions. Yeah. And in 2017, I would like to specifically highlight this. The forestry and the other land use and peat and energy sector contribute to 73% of greenhouse gas in Indonesia. So what we should do about this? It's of course we need to have policies, but how you actually put this policy into action? This is the challenge mostly for us. If we talk in a long term, whether that the policy that we have laid out in the National Medium-Term Development of Indonesia 2020-2024, whether this policy will give priority for environmental development, disaster resistance, and climate change, whether this our ministries are ready to actually implement the adaptation, rencana aksi nasional, in our Indonesian. So the RAIN API, we call this, consists of adaptation and action to improve people resilience, especially farmers, fishermen, and coastal communities in dealing with climate change, as well as to protect particular areas which are most vulnerable for climate change. So we are observing in those period in 2015 to 2019, effort on climate change mitigation and adaptation has been improved, of course, but the target for the reduction is still very much lagging behind. So we still need to target the improvement for the reduction of this greenhouse gas emission by 27.3%
Kalau nak ngurus giginya kita ini kan itu tuh kan
in 2024. Bisa didengar masih? Tadi ada suara, kenapa ya? Okay, so can I continue? Okay. Apakah bisa didengar masih, Pak Sony?
Bisa Pak, bisa Pak.
Oke. Soalnya tadi ada yang bicara, saya nggak tahu apakah suara saya masih freeze atau terdengar gitu.
Ya Pak, makasih udah.
Ya, oke. So continuing on this, let's talk about mitigation and adaptation to climate change. To deal and to minimize the impact of climate change, Indonesia shall concentrate the activities based on several strategies. One of them is to develop and use technology to support the adaptation efforts, especially in order to increase food sustainability and health quality. The implementation of circular economy, which is a shift from the traditional linear economy, where make, use, or dispose, to the responsible consumption and production by using and keeping the resource as long as possible, extract the maximum value from them, and recover, regenerate products or material at the end of its service life, this is what really is a circular economy. This must be our focus and our attention in order for us to be successful, to do this. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all our partners from Korea, in order for us to achieve the result, the output of industrial research and innovation, especially for the climate change, we need to accelerate the bureaucratic reform, and we need to be less bureaucratic on this. Really, this is in order for us to strengthen the country industry to create a slimline bureaucracy and superior industry. Yeah. We need to push forward our orientation toward the goals by maximizing all the country research and innovation resources. So for this purpose, BPPT are very keen to push forward the innovation ecosystem consisting of government, academia, industry, community. Even we want to include the media, so we can call this pentahelix even more, or nhelix. We need to also include funding agencies, and this become our common platform, because if we work together, if we can create the synergy effect, if we can orient ourselves, push ourselves to collaborate and to have a synergy, or even orchestration. If you want the harmony of an orchestra, you need orchestration, right? A dirigent, right? That, you know, every piece of this music will sound nice to your ear, which result in the harmony. So the partnership will elevate research and innovation capacity and quality, and accelerate the dissemination of green technology. And BPPT is at the forefront of doing this. I believe everyone in BPPT, and I think our partners, the Korea, GTPI, GTC, are hand in hand in this effort. We want to be able to push all the 8 focus area of BPPT, including health and food technology. We are going to push health and food, transportation, technical engineering, security and defense, maritime, disaster mitigation, information and electronics as our main focus area. And I wish you to be part of this journey, all of you. Even the president have a very hopeful, big hopeful ideas about BPPT, for becoming the institution leading at the frontier of technology as a solution to the economic recovery, as a solution for bringing up our effort to fight COVID-19, and BPPT as an extraordinary institution developing the future technology, adapting industrial revolution 4.0, the green economy, eco-friendly technology, green technology, and certainly at the end, it will be toward the welfare of all the people. BPPT have many products. I think most of you know about weather modification technology, biogas for our green energy project to utilize the palm oil mill effluent or POME and process it into energy. That means waste to energy. This pilot plant, which is in part of our PTPN5, the state-owned enterprise, for palm oil, palm plantation, has the potential to produce 2 megawatts of electricity, and the potential to supply the electricity for more than 1,500 houses around those areas. So it is effective and efficient in the sense that we can use every technology in order for us to get the most of this palm plantation, plum trees. Yeah. Also, we are working on microgrid, which is one of the project that we are doing at the energy area, yeah, energy implementation, and it is being implemented in many small islands. I hope so in the future. So also the waste to energy power plant in Bantar Gebang, yeah, which has been successful to consume 100 ton of trash per day, yeah. And also we are developing the 18 ton trash per day in Labuan Bajo, which is the premium tourism area. The government is putting their effort to take this Labuan Bajo, which is near to the Komodo Island in Nusa Tenggara Timur, yeah, to become a pilot, a premium destination. I hope I will ask Mr. Byun next time to go and visit and observe the 18-ton trash. And also we are also working on the refuse-derived fuel, which is one part of solving the waste problem. Yeah. And lastly, but not last, yeah, smart farming technology. Yeah, I think here we are working on sensors, actuators, remote sensing, and GIS and global positioning satellite to make it true. Yeah, and I have challenged Dudi actually for not only conceptualizing the smart farming, but actually doing it for real. Yeah, not only talking, yeah, but walk the talk. Because smart farming, we understood it will be increase the productivity of the plantation or the farming itself, the agriculture. So walk the talk. Let's do this rightly, quickly, enhance agricultural production and improve real-time monitoring, harvesting, processing, marketing together, and then we can take this to the food estate. Yeah, at BPPT are also working on the science techno center in Humbang Hasudutan, in Toba Lake, yeah, near Toba Lake, yeah, and I think the Green Technology Partnership Initiative GTPI that were established as the collaboration with BPT, yeah, since 2019 will, certainly be part of our progress in building up the ecosystem. Yeah. So I would like to thank GTPI in the development of Indonesia green technology. I do hope GTPI will become the platform to develop a partnership between BPT with all the related stakeholder, building up the innovation ecosystem and support both from GTC and GTPI to Indonesia, especially to BPT, is really highly expected in the development of green technology as a response to global initiatives, global climate change, yeah, in various sectors, agriculture, energy, environment. You can, you have a long list of those sectors that can be improved to adapt and challenge the climate change. Yeah. At the end, I hope that all of us together will enhance the research and innovation of green technology practices. Yeah, and I think that we need to work hard on this to make our dream, our initiative become really a fact, a reality, a goal that can we can share together. Thank you so much. Mohon maaf bila ada kekurangan. Sorry, my apology if I have provide you some errors in my speech. Hope you all can have a fruitful discussion during this event, and I wish you all the best. Thank you so much. Kamsahamnida. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the speech, Dr. Hamam Riza. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ended the opening sessions. Now we will entering the first session of our discussion. The topic of this session is introduction of the Green Climate Smart Farming R&D that will be moderated by Dr. Yuda Purwana, SPD MSI. To Dr. Purwana, the stage is yours.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is Yuda Purwana Roswanjaya. I will be a moderator of this session, and also already said by the MC that the theme of this session is the introduction of the Green Climate Smart Farming Research and Development, or R&D. In this session, we will have two speakers. First is Dr. Dudi Iskandar, and then we'll continue with live from Korea with Dr. Ju Yang Lee. I hope Dr. Lee is already with us. And then I will divide this session into two parts. The part one is presentation, and then followed by the discussion part. The discussion will be held offline, online, or using chat in a Zoom application. So if you have a question, you also can type in the chat in the Zoom application. As the first speaker, Dr. Dudi Iskandar, he is the director of the PTPP-BPPT, and he will give a talk about development of smart greenhouse BPPT plan and strategy. So to Dr. Dudi, the podium is yours.
Di sini. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all of you, honorable ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming to this event that especially to increase and to enhance our collaboration between Indonesia and Korea. I would like to thank you very much for all of the guests from Korea or Korea agencies here in Indonesia. Thank you very much. I appreciate. And I would like to thank you very much as well to Pak Sony, Pak Gatot, the Deputy Chairman of BPPT, who attend the ceremony of this event. And I would like to, if Pak Gatot and Pak Sony or other guests that has another meeting or agendas, so please to feel free to leave this session, or you can also join in the online seminars. Yeah, thank you, Pak Sony, Pak Gatot, and ladies and gentlemen here. So for all participants here, not online of course, if you want to take a refreshment or coffee, tea, or whatever to make it all the events become more fruitful and more but happiness, yeah, during this one. So I would like to present my presentation. Actually, Pak Hamam already highlight about the importance of smart farming in Indonesia. Development of smart farming greenhouse BPT plan and strategy. Why do I say plan and strategy? Because here we just got the program for this year. So I need assistance, I need help, like Pak Sony said and Pak Hamam said. So we need the collaboration more with Korean agencies, Korean industries, or Korean Research Institute as well as universities who already developed the smart farming. I know that I visited many times to Korea and my staff as well. So I visited the KIS especially, KAIS and the other KIR to see and to I hope can copy the technology that already you develop in your country and set up in Indonesia. So here that I will present the presentation regarding the development of smart greenhouse, especially in BPPT. So hopefully can be give you information and after that we can discuss what kind of the collaboration that we need to develop a smart greenhouse regarding the adaptation to climate change as well as to increase the uh, food production and of course the for the farmers in Indonesia. Next, we're going to battery slow. So be careful. So the problem related to climate change, I think that's the chairman of BPT already mentioned about the effect of climate change to Indonesia to different sectors like environment, as well as the agriculture. So as I'm from the director as the production technology agriculture in BPPT, so I will focusing on the effect of climate change and how we can adapt and increase our technology to adapt the climate change. Because I thought the application of precision agriculture of smart farming is a very potential solution for various problems that occur in Indonesia. Next. So we believe that effects of agricultural progressive industry include the full utilization of resource and potential of rural areas through technology innovation. So we believe that with technology innovation, with innovation and technology, we can increase the productivity of agriculture in Indonesia as well as to adapt the climate. Smart greenhouse technology, in this case, we try to develop the smart greenhouse in some area in Indonesia. And I would like to inform you that in some area in Indonesia, for the reason of economic, for the reason of the need the high product, high quality of product, and also support but the change of lifestyle in Indonesia, we need more agricultural production has a high quality, high nutrition, and easy to market. That's why I think smart farming is needed to produce this kind of commodities. Next. So, but there's some barriers that we have to know in Indonesia. For the first one is insufficient information and knowledge and skills. As you know, the agricultural style or agricultural characters in Indonesia is quite different with developed countries, such as we have only small areas and mostly the farmers are low in education. But in recent time, I hope that more younger farmers or the son or the daughters of farmers who already interested with the farmers activities, as we call it millennial farmers. But most of the millennial farmers can be characterized by they interested with the technology, smart farming, etc. So in terms of we to adapt the situation that for the young farmers, so we introduce as well the smart farming. Social awareness and smart farming technologies investment also. Here I think come from the Korea investment and trade. So we hope that we can collaborate in the future how to develop smart farming, not only like the chairman said, not only about research center, but also how we can introduce smart farming, smart greenhouse to the community of industries, so we can produce the sufficient and high quality of products. Next. So the greenhouse development, we already create some plan. That's why like Pamam said, we try to develop for this year in some areas. For the first one is in Laptiap, the other one in the food estate in Ubang Kasudutan, to create the technology that can improve the productivity in high scale, also quality. Next. The issue strategies that we face, that the smart greenhouse development strategy that we need working together with Korea, the greenhouse technology framework, and big data research and development plan. Next. So the framework for developing smart greenhouse technology investment, identifying and assessing the technology need. I just got the assessment yesterday from the CTC and UN, and they finally agreed to give funding to us around 225,000 US dollar. Two, the first one is to investigate what kind of technologies that will be suitable to Indonesian condition, including farmers' characteristic, land characteristic, and other climate character in Indonesia. They agree to support our 5 topics. The 3 topics are about the social mapping, economic, and market. The 2 topics about the technologies. So the first one is working with the sensor, and the other one with the irrigation, smart irrigation system. So with the help from CTCN, we will develop that one. The second one is to improve the talent support in science and technology, capacity building. I would like to thank you to Korea, because in 2 years, 2019, 2020, before the pandemic, we sent some young researchers to Korea, to KIS and to KAIS. Dr. Lee here, our scientists learning and working together in Korea. I send my staff to Australia for the smart livestock, and to New Zealand for the smart livestock as well. So, and to the other countries. That's why I spent 2 years to build the capacity, in program capacity building, to prepare for the staff to create the smart farming for this year. Budgetary support we needed, I think, from our government and CTCN, and I also applied to ODA Korea for the one of the projects that will be built here, greenhouse for production scale. So I have, maybe Korea can help us as well. So we are waiting for the decision to for the ODA. And building the coherent policies. So we need the policies that can support the development of greenhouse, not only greenhouse, development of smart farming and farmers in general. Next. Do we have still a time? Okay. Next. So potential solution with the smart greenhouse, the technologies, the decision making, the intelligent decisions, the IoT devices. I think Korea is very advanced countries in many kind of technologies. Samsung, Hyundai, or many technologies, including pop cultures, K-pop. K-pop is very popular here in Indonesia, and drakor, Korean drama, is very popular as well. I'm one of the fans of the startup Korean drama. Yeah, it's very nice because I'm working with the incubator system before. So I'm working with the young generation who interested with the development of startup. So I choose Korea as the partner because we can exchange in some part, and we can you can use your technology that's suitable for in Indonesia. Next. The type of greenhouse. If you go to many places in Indonesia, that many kind of greenhouse that are smart farming already developed by community as well as by industries in some areas in West Java. So, but like Pak Sony and Pak Hamam said that we are going to establish the greenhouse that can be two main of the function. The first one is for the research itself, because like I talked to you, sir, from the counselor, yeah, we're talking about the R&D. It has to be in the private company, mostly in industry. So this is why the brain in the future will emphasize in how to move from the government agencies in research to mostly in the industries, in the private companies and communities who are doing research and directly to implement. So innovation and technologies can be directly give beneficial or impact to the communities and to the industry. I agree with that. So maybe we can collaborate to deeply discuss about that concept and try to implement. For me, in my topic, can be implemented in the area of smart farming. Next. So this is the action plan that we already developed, pilot project of smart greenhouse. It will be in Laptiap. It's very close to the.
Sorry, Dr. Rudy, you still have 5 minutes to go.
5 minutes, okay. Close to the Pak Kwan office here, GTPI. That's the concept. I will send it to you, Pak Kwan, and we are going to. And also, we have been working together with Dr. Lee to make a mapping of a situation for the smart farming in some areas in Indonesia and to develop the technologies. This is the first action plan that we are going to do in this year. Next. Next, I think this is the technology that we need. The action plan is like Pak Hamam said, that we are going to make the smart greenhouse and smart farming in the location of food estate and Humbang Hasun Dutan, that's developed by the Ministry of Agriculture and under coordination of the Ministry of Maritime and Investment. We are going to, in that place, to create one of the technology that can improve the agriculture product as well as the natural herbal. Like you gave it to me, the ginseng, for example, yeah, Indonesia, Purwacang, some of the product as well. Next, ladies and gentlemen, this is the action plan 2 or 3. That's we already submitted to CTCN, and just yesterday, the CTCN agreed to give me funding, and we working together with some areas that information concerning supply, demand on climate smart agriculture, climate change effect to agriculture, as well as we are going to mapping what kind of technology that will be suitable for our farmers in Indonesia. The next plan is, like I said before, next. This is the technical assistance requested, Pak Kwan. I will give it to you, this one. We need the technical assistant. I got some technical assistant from the CTCN. We don't know yet who gonna be our partners, maybe from Korea, maybe from the other countries. But from the next week, we are going to sign the document and looking for the partners who understand about the technology as well as how to implement in Indonesia. Next. The action plan 4, I said that we sent the proposal to Korea, ODA, through Bapenas. I hope Pak Kwan and a colleague from Korea can also emphasize and help us with this one. If we got the ODA, so we can establish around 2,000 meters of the example of implementation smart greenhouse in Puspitek Serpong as the first for the research center and as well as development for the commercial product. Next, I think the last one. So this is the last smart greenhouse technology that we need. I hope Pak Lee, the next speaker, can be emphasize what kind of technology that Korea can deliver to us, and we working together how technology that already have been used in Korea can be adapted to Indonesian situation in the hardware, software, data collection, big data, database management system, big data analysis, deep learning, as well as remember that the end of these projects that we are doing is to increase productivity and to increase the farmer prosperity. Next, I think that's all from our center that I want to deliver to you, especially to colleagues from Korea, that we have a plan, we have a strategy, and we can collaborate. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Dudi, for the nice talk. So hopefully his speech or his presentation give us a new insight what is DPPT already did or will be doing in the near future about how to develop the smart greenhouse in BPPT. So if you have a question, please hold on, and then I will open the discussion part after the second speaker. We will continue this session with the presentation for our second speaker, Dr. Ju Young Lee. Dr. Lee is from Korea Institute of Science and Technology, to be specific from KAI's Smart Farm Research Center. Today, he'll be sharing with us his expert opinion on green climate smart farming best practice. With that, please welcoming him to the virtual podium. Dr. Lee, please, you can start your presentation.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ju Young Lee. I'm working for the KISS. I'm working at the Smart Farm Convergence Research Center. It's nice to meet you through the video conference this morning. Today, my presentation title is Green Climate Smart Farming Best Practice. Recently, not only Indonesia, but also South Korea has caused various problems due to the climate change. In particular, the environment and agriculture will be the sector most directly affected by the climate change. From now on, I will be presenting on the related topics. Currently, the demand for the agriculture production is increasing around the world. But despite the development of the agriculture technology, the production is stagnation like this. Even climate change is causing a polarization in the production of a food resource. This slide, I will briefly explain the agriculture situation in Indonesia. Agriculture industry account for the 14% of Indonesia total GDP. Indonesia also has a fertile land and suitable environment for agriculture. However, since 2015, Indonesia has been damaged by the various natural disasters, such as a typhoon and some kind of earthquake, something like that. And the geographical feature of the island and the lack of transportation infrastructure are some obstacle to the development of the agriculture industry. Overall, the use of excessive fertilizer and pesticide, which have been used since the past, is considered to be a bit of a hindrance to the development of agriculture industry today. However, I would like to inform you that these were judged from the point of view of foreigner like me. This slide shows the vulnerability of Indonesia to climate change. This slide shows is significantly affected by the multiple climate hazards, such as cyclone, drought, and flood. Also, Central Java, including Jakarta, is relatively vulnerable to the climate change. This slide shows the consumer price trend of two crops, such as the large red chili pepper and curly red chili pepper. Especially, price has been increased due to the decrease in the production due to the natural disasters in 2015. And the price of crops are gradually increasing due to the climate change factor. These results are statistical indicators showing how vulnerable the agriculture industry is to environment. In addition, These results are the reason for the necessity of a smart farm technology. Okay, so this is slide why need a smart farm in South Korea. Recently, rural population and rural house are steadily decreasing from the 1995 in South Korea. Also, aging population in rural region is increasing. That is a serious problem in rural region. Also, to make matters worse, after FDA agreement, domestic farmers are in crisis. In case of Indonesia, the major factors are climate change, reduce the farm population, and the lack of agricultural infrastructure. Therefore, smart farm technology is emerged for this situation. Also, smart farm technology is necessary. Moreover, sensor, IoT, AI, machine learning, and automatic cultivation system are developing. Before I'm talking about smart farm technology to you, we should explain first industry revolution. That the first industrial revolution means that the industry using the steam and water based on the machine during the 18th century. The second industrial revolution means industry using the electrical and energy-based mass production during the 19th to 20th century. The third industrial revolution means industry using the computer and internet based on the knowledge. And the first industrial revolution focusing on the agriculture other industry, what is called the precision agriculture. In the first industrial revolution, the paradigms of agriculture is changed. The conventional agriculture had a disadvantage that despite the high consumption of time and energy, the production of the amount is definitely dependent by the climate. However, with the application of a first industry technology, such as big data, ICT, IoT, and AI to the agriculture, production can be stable despite the climate change, and adverse effect on the environmental can be minimized by appropriate use of fertilizer and pesticides. This slide shows the necessity of a smart farm technology. Smart farm technology paradigm shift from the conventional agriculture to the smart farm agriculture. In addition, the current agriculture industry is developing into the huge industry, so there's a linkage to the first industrial technology, and is expanding into the huge capital through the merge and linkage of other food, machine, medicine, and agriculture. This slide below shows the representative content. For example, nowadays is agriculture industry is the birth of a giant agriculture company through the M&A. For example, Dow Chemical and DuPont, China Chemical and Syngenta, Bayer and Monsanto, like this one. Also, the other example, Google from 2050 project. Company is a cooperation system for the food startup, participation in biotech, agricultural, IoT, sensor, robotics, and seeding company. Smart farm industry strengthen our market dominance future, promising new industry. Okay, this slide is a comparison between the empirical conventional agriculture and big data based smart farm technology. In the overall stage of agriculture, such as the seeding, cultivating, harvesting, circulating, there is a difference between the experience-based method and the data-based method, and ultimately the difference between the yield and profit is apparently.
Dr. Lee, you only have 5 minutes left, so please.
Okay, this slide is what is smart farm based on the ICT convergence. And in Korea, Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs defined as follows: to create new value by information and communication technology, what we call ICT, into the value chain of agricultural products such as harvesting, distribution, and consumption. Left picture show the typical smart farm structure, and right picture show the system architecture. In the right picture, typical smart farm data plot the composed of greenhouse part and control center part. We can see the transport. We can see the sending cell collecting data from the external internal sensor in greenhouse. Collecting data are transported to the control center. These data are calculating and analyzing in using AI and machine learning. Finally, control center is performing optimal decision making through the smart farm operation system. From this, we can make high profit and high production. Okay, currently the smart farm technology are applied to 3 areas: livestock, and horticulture, and field farming. Actually, smart farm technology in livestock hold the largest market in the world. In the presentation, I am focusing on the smart farm technology in the horticulture system area. Okay, now smart farm technology is evolving. Smart farm technology can be divided into the three versions or 3 generations, such as the smart farm 1, 2, and 3 generation. Smart farm 1 generation, 1 version is automatic system. Smart farm 2 generation means a complex environment control and utilization of gross information data based on the software algorithm. Smart farm 3 generation means the forecasting yield using big data based on the crop growth and harvesting model and appropriate harvesting time guide linked to price. Okay, this slide provides a detailed description of a smart farm technology. Smart farm technology can be divided into the 6 categories: sensing technology, software application, communication system, telemetric positioning technology, hardware and software system, and data analysis solution, and so on. The picture on the right show the 3rd generation smart farm technology. Various data from the sensor in and out greenhouse are stored in the cloud server, and the storage data are reflected in the control for the cultivation by the machine learning based on the analysis tool. Sorry. Okay, I mentioned that smart farm technology has some advantages. The biggest advantage is convenience, high productivity, and high profit. Here, this slide shows the summarization of the economic effect of a smart farm. When it uses smart farm technology, labor cost is 9.5% down, yield is 25% up, and the quality is 20% up. Finally, the farm income was 31% up. Actually, this data is 2016 data. So now it's farm income is more than higher than 2016. Okay, this slide shows the smart farm agriculture market revenue in the world. Global smart farm agriculture market is steadily increased at a 13% compound annual growth rate from 2017 to 2025. The market will be steadily increased. Okay, this slide is a schematic diagram of a typical smart farm version 2 and 3 generation. In smart farm 2 and 3 version, various sensors are installed inside and outside, and collecting the data from the sensor are collected in the main control center. And the collected data are analyzed and generating supporting data for the optimal environment and cultivating guidelines through the optimal decision-making tool. However, these technologies are currently under the research, and it is essential to secure a large amount of data to complete the mission. Currently, South Korea technology is focusing data collecting and in the progress.
So Dr. Lee, the time is up.
Okay, this slide shows the representative smart farm technology as a reference in case. Above mentioned that the data from the sensor in greenhouse are collected as a data acquisition. Especially in KIST, we use the plant image data from the cell phone, such as the fruit, color, leaf, and stem growth. Then the collecting data are sent to database server and store. Also, we make a tool for the statistical analysis based on the AI and machine learning and crop growth simulation model using the plantation data. From these results, we can make optimal farm management and guide to high productivity.
So, Dr. Lee, I'm sorry.
Okay, this is another type of a smart farm system, what we call the city farm. Currently, I would like to introduce other smart city farm. The city farm is the concentration on the all technology, implementation of the growing methods such as the hydroponics, and utilization of artificial light to provide the plant with the nutrient and the light level required for growth. In the past, these systems were just a concept, also uneconomical technology. Nowadays, recently, this system is real. Also, the Korean industry is a boom like this system. High value crop-oriented cultivation system is applied to the building, plant factory, and built inside the building or the plant factory. Also, in particular, Indonesia is expected to reach in the natural products such as a high-value crop. If Indonesia applied to this system, maybe the industry ripple effect is expected to be great.
Yes, Dr. Lee, I'm so sorry.
Okay, this slide is fixed from history.
Dr. Lee,
I would like to escape this one easily.
Dr. Lee.
Okay, thank you for listening. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Lee, for such inspiring talk. And we will continue to the Q&A or discussion part. So unfortunately, because we have a tight schedule, so instead of 15 minutes, we only have 5 minutes for discussion. So if you have a question, please raise your hand, or you can stand up, or you can chat in the Zoom application. And please mention institution and, to whom the question is addressed. Is there any question? In chat, there's no question? Please stand up and mention your name and your institution, please.
Thank you. My name is Angga. I'm from BPPT. So I have two questions for Dr. Dudi and also Dr. Lee. For Dr. Dudi, the question is how much the efficiency increasement for changing the traditional way of Indonesian farming to the smart greenhouse technology? And for Dr. Lee, I want you to explain more, or please explain more about what kind of area in Indonesia that's suitable for use the technology, and also what kind of plant gives best result or income for the farmer if they use it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Angga. So, sorry. The question for Dr. Rudy is how much the efficiency to convert the traditional farmers to the smart farming, if I'm not mistaken, right? The efficiency to convert the traditional farming to smart farming, you mean? Yeah. So you can ask first, and then I will continue with to the Dr. Lee questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the very critical and nice question. I think that's I have to thinking about that one. I cannot exactly to answer that question, but from the side of the productivity, if we changing from traditional to the smart greenhouse, for example, our study shows that we visited one of the industry PT Nudira in Bandung who use the smart greenhouse, not really high technology like in Korea, in applying in Korea, but they said that from the point of productivity, it could be 9 times more rather than if we use traditional agriculture. In what? Because if we need a big or large land in the area traditional, we can make it compact or resize to the mall to the small size but more productivity. So in term productivity, it's gonna be 9 times. So you can see from the efficiency. The second one, we will learn that efficiency in using water, efficiency using fertilizer, and efficiency using energy for that. So we're gonna do for this year in terms of that, but we believe, I can show you the data, not yet, but in terms of the efficiency of fertilizer, we hope that using the smart precision agriculture, we can reduce the numbers of fertilizer. So it will be just what the plant need at what kind of for different commodity. So from that one, I think we can do efficiency. The third one is from the using of water, like we saw from the traditional agriculture. We never or rarely count how many waters that we can use to grow one of the commodity. But in smart farming, we can arrange how many waters that we can use for the commodity. And for energy, of course, if we use smart farming, it could be more energy we can use, like electricity for the sensor, for the, but we have a plan that we can use the, what is solar cell to reduce the use of energy. So that efficiency we can convert from traditional to smart farming. I'm sorry, I only can show you one data, but the others, I think we need to learn or to study more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. So the second question, because the time is very limited. So for the second question to Dr. Lee, the question is, what kind of area in Indonesia that's suitable if we want to apply smart farming, and what kind of commodity, if I'm not mistaken? Mr. Angga? Yes, Dr. Lee, please answer with the short answers, please. Sorry. Still mute, sorry. Dr. Lee,
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Now we can hear.
Do you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay. When I was preparing for ODA project, I got information about Indonesian natural products. I know it's Indonesia is the rich of the natural product plants. In your country, it's plenty of your country has plenty of natural products, high value crops. I mean, some kind of medicine plant. So in I think that your country is expecting promising industry about the plant factory and smart farming, because your country has is a kind of the high value crops you have. So the smart farm technology advantage is high productivity and high quality. So that is very important for that. So also, it's the smart farm technology. It's initial investment price is high expensive. That is the problem. So nowadays in Korea is developing a cheaper system, and so our industry is try to make this one. So if we did, and if we do, and then maybe if you apply this apply to your country, and then maybe it's booming like that. So it's a ripple effect. So, and this is my point is applied to the natural medicine plants. That is very promising industry, I think. Is it okay?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lee, for the answer. Luckily, we still have time because we still waiting for the deputy to come to give the certificate. Right? And then if one of the audience have a question, another question, so you can also raise your hand.
There is a question from online participant.
Okay.
Is it possible?
Yes, please.
Okay, I will read it for you. So this is the question about the phosphorus material production, and this material will be depleted or depleted in the future because the demand for this material, the phosphorus, is very high, and then the agriculture needs very much to this material, and this is not renewable. And then, is there any strategy to make it more sustainable for phosphorus mineral in the agriculture application? Thank you.
Is it mentioned to whom the question addressed, or maybe to Dr. Lee? Because phosphorus material is easily depleted in the soil, or easily depleted and not renewable. So do you have any suggestion if you want to use this material in the smart farming system? About the phosphorus, the phosphate material. Sorry, still mute.
I didn't understand. What is a phosphorus material?
Yes. The phosphate. The phosphate is easily depleted, and then
phosphate.
Is the soil material. The mineral.
Mineral.
Yes. Phosphor.
Phosphorus material. Phosphorus material. It's a phosphor is one of the smart farm technology is recycling system. As we a hydroponic systems, smart farm system is including the hydroponic system. Hydroponic system means the watering, it's a nutrient solution. We use the nutrient solution. And then in Korea, is when we operate the smart farm technology, we made of dischargeable drainage, the nutrient solution, the use the drainage solution. And then recently in the Netherlands, recently our country in the recycling, nutrient recycling, we use and recycle to the smart farm, apply to smart farm. So we can nowadays we did not zero emission, but we are 90% we are recycling. So and then we try to reuse this system. Is it okay?
So if I can conclude for your answer, so you think that phosphorus material can also recycle in this system?
Yeah, recycling, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's any other question, whether in the chat room or in the audience offline? Okay. Yes, you can also send your question to the chat room, and then we will collect the question and send to the GTPI to answer by email. You mean? Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any question? Is there any question in the chat room? Or no, Wenny? No? So I want to ask something then, Mr. Lee, regarding to the first question also from Mr. Angga. So what is your suggestion for Indonesia as tropical country if you want to develop a proper smart farming production regarding we have a barrier in knowledge? So as an expert, I want your suggestion.
It sounds is echo.
Sorry?
It's
So what is your suggestion for
yeah.
tropical country if you want to develop proper smart farming practices? Since we have Did you get the question or not? What is your suggestion in Indonesia? Tropical country, if you want to develop proper farming, since we have a big or huge obstacle in knowledge or investment or funding. Dr. Lee, you still with us? I can see you, but I don't know whether you can hear my question or got the point of from my question.
Okay. Well, that is a good question. So now we are consider about the tropical area, smart farm application to the tropical area. That is a good point, and we are considering about this one. Deeply consider about this one. So actually, in smart farm technology in Korea, that is not tropical area. Our country, as you know, our country have a 4 season, but your country is just one or 2 season, just is summer. So that is in nowadays Korean farm agricultural engineer think that there is some kind of a smart farm technology. What you call the semi-closed system. That means it's applied to the tropical system. So now I am now our think that our ODA project is focusing on the type of semi-closed system. Semi-closed system means ventilation or other system. But right now I cannot give you exactly answer. But our country and BPPT researcher, KIST and BPPT researcher, we are considered about the modification modification to your country. So yes, that is my answer. That is a difficult question. So anyway, so is it okay?
Yes.
Sorry for that.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for the answer. So we got the point then. And I also want to close this session, and I would like to say thank you to Dr. Dudi and Dr. Lee. And I will close with the statement that with a good planning and strategy, smart farming in Indonesia is not possible to be applied. Thank you very much, and see you in the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. We will present the certification by online for Dr. Dudi Iskandar. So the committee will grant this certificate for Dr. Dudi Iskandar, and then for Dr. Juyong Lee. Okay, thank you very much. And then the certificate for Dr. Yuda Purwana Rosa Winjaya. Okay, maybe we can give one more applause to the speakers and the moderators. So ladies and gentlemen, we will enter the second session. The topic of this session is ST Cooperation and K Invitational Training Program that will be delivered online and will be moderated by Dr. Tae Kun Kim from GTC South Korea. Dr. Tae Kun Kim, the stage is yours.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, thank you very much for introduction. And hello everyone. And my name is Taegun Kim, a researcher at the Green Technology Center. I'm involved in Indonesian project since last year. My colleague and I have supported CTC and TA request, and Dr. Dudi Iskandar, director of PTPP, mentioned that yesterday CTCN headquarters accept or informed the funding of TA. Is very nice, good news, very cheerful. Okay, I'm in charge of moderating this session. We have 3 presentations. The first one will presented by Ms. Eunjin Lee from University of Science and Technology, and the second one by Dr. Eliana Palaco. 2 of these presentations is about introduction of universities' invitational programs, and the last one, Ms. Sami Rebecca Koo will introduce their cooperation program. So. I'd like to then invite Ms. Eunjin Lee for her presentation. Please, the stage is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah? Okay, great. My name is Eunjin Lee, and I'm a recruiter at UST, University of Science and Technology, Korea. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me this seminar. And since we already have a great Indonesian student at UST, so I'm hopefully I can attract some of you to UST this session. So let me begin with the introduction of our university. Yes, so can you all see my screen, right? Okay, so UST is National Research Institute-based graduate university. We have very special structure, which is 32 National Research Institutes specialized in science and technology, co-founded this school in 2003. So we have a dual identity. UST campuses are research institute, and also at the same time, it functioned as a graduate school. And UST professors are researchers and also they're professors. And UST students are researchers and also at the same time they're graduate student. For further information, I'm sharing this map to all of you. This is the distribution of UST campus. So there are 21 campuses located in Daejeon, and others are all distributed in Korean Peninsula. You can see which science field there are, each institute are specialized through their names. For example, if you look at the IBS stand for Institute for Basic Science, and CREEP here stand for Korea Research Institute of Bioscience and Biotechnology. So each university, each campuses are representing each specialized science and technology field. So students are all engaged in this institute, and they're studying and doing research. on each campuses. So there are three strong main points of UST. One is students can participate in national R&D project. Since all of our students are located in all different national research institutes, so they're actually participating in these national R&D project. And we have 900 professors, selected professor among 9,000 PhD researchers in each institute. And third strong point is every student can utilize National Research Institute infrastructure. This is huge because we have cutting-edge research equipment and facilities. Other general research graduate schools can't actually afford. I will give you some of the example of these later on the slide. So this is the main difference between UST and general graduate university course. So if you are attending UST, you can have knowledge from National Research Institute, and also you can engage in national research project. So this is the major difference. If you look at the education system of UST headquarters is actually functioning as administrative center. So we are just offering common courses like liberal arts to the student, and all the major courses are practiced by campuses. So students are joining in field research in National Research Institute. And we have 47 partner universities. So if students think that they are lack of some theoretical courses, then they can take basic major courses nearby universities like Chungnam University, Korea University, or KAIST, and we can actually do credit exchange. This page is about the facts and figures. So we were top South Korean paper in 3D printing and IoT as ranked by IITP in 2018. And also we ranked as the second best South Korean university in CWUR in 2018. And we were designated as top young university by Nature Index 2019. So below this chapter, you can see we have 955 faculty members and 1,345 students and almost 3,000 graduates. And among students, 33% of the students are international students. And you can see the distribution of students here. Doctoral programs are 38%, integrated program 43%, and master program 19%. And international students are 33%. And for this presentation, I investigated this Indonesian students and alumni status. And there are 50 Indonesian students currently attending at UST, and there are 135 alumni from UST who graduated from UST. And we have 61 different countries of students coming from, and also alumni. And this is the equipment that students can actually use at UST, like Korean Icebreaker Araon. This is the possession of Korea Polar Research Institute, which is our campus. So students can actually board on that huge ship to go to polar area, and they can do their research. It's also related with greenhouse gas and effect and all the climate change things. So this is great equipment. And this one, nuclear fusion reactor K-Star, is also one of our best research equipment that students can use. And another huge equipment that students can use is this large thermal vacuum chamber in Korea Atomic Energy Research Institute, which is all of our campuses. So UST has 46 different majors. I just listed it all. So here are the majors that you can look into. And I think this is the major interest of all of you people who want to apply for USC. So we have scholarship system, which is monthly stipend. We offer PhD student about 1,400 US dollar. And for master students, we offer 1,000 US dollar per month. And we also all support tuition fee, which is about $2,100. So this scholarship is offered to everyone, every student at UST. So if you are just enrolled, then you can get monthly stipend and you will get tuition support. Besides that, we also have research support and also another student support. So if you have a meeting or if you have to attend overseas conference, then UST is supporting airfare and accommodation fees through International Presentation Support Program. And if you apply for Young Scientist Research Program, then also we are supporting some amount of money to pursue your own research project. And also for the student support, we have student group insurance and psychology consultation as well, and Korean language course, of course. And we also have this special system called Student Researcher Labor Contract to protect students' right and interest and enhance a training environment. And this is another great factor of UST. So this is average performance of graduate who received PhD last year, and every student, average students write 4.14 SCR papers, and among them 1.7 was the first author, and the impact factor was 4.14. And average students are making patent more than one. So this is great performance that UST graduates are making. And this is also another research achievement that we want to share. So students writing this great papers in Nature and Science Neurocells. So this could be you, I think. And these are the alumni who are actually in a good position in every country. And I hope you know this, the first one, Khairul Hudaya. He is an Indonesian, and he is now a president, UI and Sumbawa University Technology. And he was actually the youngest one who were designated as a president in Indonesia. It was 2 years ago, and he was 36 when he became the president of the university. And the following, Dr. Ko Ching-bo and Bui Ba-chin, they're all from China and Vietnam. And Dr. Tae-hyung Jung, he was actually graduated from UST, and now he became the UST professor. So these are the great achievements that our alumni are having nowadays. And we have overseas partner institution here, and now we have only one from Indonesia, a University of Indonesia, but hopefully we can have some more partners from Indonesia in the near future. And we have global alumni networks, which include Indonesia, of course. And actually, just before COVID-19 outbreak, I visited Indonesia, Jakarta here. and we had this Korea SNT alumni gatherings. So UST and KAIST, UNIST alumni gathered all together here at Jakarta Hyatt Hotel, and we had a great night joining and sharing all the research progresses and everything else. And this is one program that I want to share all of you is Global Research Internship. This is kind of, you can just taste the UST and see what UST is from here. So during the summer vacation, you can just visit UST and experience UST for 2 years just to see if it's a right option for you. And we are also giving you monthly stipend and partial of airfare. But due to COVID-19, this program has canceled for this year, but hopefully we can reopen this program next year, and we can meet some of the Indonesian students as well. And actually in 2019, we had 2 great, brilliant Indonesian students, and actually two of them applied to UST. And now we have U-Link program, which is we are connecting UST international students to Korean companies. So this is also another great program that we can offer to UST alumni and students. So for the admission, this is why I'm here. I want you to apply to UST. Just take a look at here. We are recruiting 2022 spring semester students upcoming August, from August to September. So we haven't announced it yet, but hopefully you can see the admission procedure, and later on you can apply to UST, and I want to see some of you at UST. Thank you very much, and please visit our website www.ust.ac.kr. Thank you.
Hey, yeah, I'd like to give applause at first. Thank you very much for interesting and very yeah, informationful presentation, Ms. Lee. Yeah. When I were young enough, I would like to think over, honestly, yeah, study at UST. Yeah, thank you very much. Now, we would like to invite Dr. Eliana Palaco from KAIST ITTP to share the KAIST invitational programs. Please, Dr. Palaco.
Hi, how are you? Thank you very much. Thank you for the excellent event. I've been thrilled to listen to so many collaborations and outputs and outcomes from a very interesting center between Indonesia and Korea. My name is Eliana Palaco. I am here as a professor, an invited professor of KAIST. I work directly in this center. Can you all see my screen? Yeah, okay. So yes. As I was saying, basically I am working here, but was until not very long ago, I myself was a beneficiary of this program. I'm originally from Costa Rica, and I came here to the ITTP program in KAIST. So I will explain to you a little bit about the university, the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. And I'm also going to explain to you a little bit about the specific program, ITTP, which I think will become a very interesting opportunity to many of you in Indonesia. So let me go ahead and explain a bit. So many of you might already have heard about KAIST, but it's sometimes very confusing for myself, at least. Even before coming here, you have KIST and you have KAIST, and then you have the KIER, so many different institutes, right? So this university, I normally, when I explain to a lot of people in at least in the Latin American region, I mention that it is like the Asian MIT. I might be over exaggerating or overdoing the description, but Normally, people understand this is a very high-level university who has had an important track record in awards, also of the most innovative universities in the region. These are some of the different, like the numbers and the statistics of a KAIST. These are more updated ones. So we are talking about around 11,000 students and a faculty that is composed by international and local faculty of 3,664. And yeah, the population of KAIST, the international population of KAIST, is still something that needs to be grown, but it's actually growing quite a lot. I mean, I myself have been a witness of that throughout the last 6 years. So KAIST is a university, is a research-based university, and it has had important outputs throughout many of the last 10 years in the recognition of how the important outputs and the important contribution of R&D to the economy. Now, within KAIST, within the university, there is a program called ITTP, the IT Technology Program. This is a program that is financed by the Korean government. It's a scholarship program. And as you can see here, we invite government officers or scholars or researchers, like many of you, to come to Korea and to pursue their master's and their PhD. So the program has been going through a couple of cycles throughout since its foundation. It was founded almost 15 years ago. So you can see here the different versions. And these days, the latest version of the program is striving towards global R&D. So the idea is to bring potential candidates to pursue, as I said, their studies in Korea. And while they are pursuing their studies in Korea, they can become bridges for pursuing research and development and business development with Korean industries and with their own country research centers. Pretty much, I'd say all of these mornings examples could become interesting initiatives where ITTP students, for example, could have become bridges of such initiatives, for example. So the vision of the program, so like just for you to have an idea, we have a vision of building this global ecosystem of mutual prosperity in the fourth industrial revolution, and we are using 3 specific strategies to achieve that goal. So we would like to provide global ICT leader education supporting this research and business development process, especially by understanding very well what is the situation and the context of emerging and developing countries. So we try to pick up outstanding students, and also we provide a very customized curriculum. So this is a curriculum where the ITTP students have the opportunity to take a lot of the courses provided by the traditional KAIST supply, but also there are a lot of special courses that are designed especially for the orientation of ITTP students. So for example, many of the presentations that I saw this morning on smart farming and bio, I would say I would really like to contact you later for invite you to give some lectures, because many of our students have interests in providing or connecting their own ecosystem in terms of smart farming or bioeconomy related issues. So those are common issues. Many of the challenges that I can hear that Indonesia has are pretty much shared in many of the, for example, Central American countries where I come from. Until now, ITTP program has a record of more than 225 beneficiaries. So up to this year, there have been many government officers. You can see here, maybe many of them are actually government officers, but we have lecturers, researchers, public employees in public enterprises. And many of them, the greatest majority come from master's program, which is a 2-year program. And some of them come for the doctoral program, or like in my case, I came for the master's degree and I stayed for the doctoral program. And nowadays I became a professor here. So I think the one of the great benefits of ITTP is the family of alumni and what we call the GII network. So this network allows us to have a very global family that can support us with, or can collaborate in research or in business or in R&D programs or projects. Also, there is a lot of specialized capacity building workshops, seminars. So throughout the master's and the PhD track, our professors are very much engaged in making us busy and making us attend a lot of different, very interesting experts, inviting companies even, or practitioners, or even government officers who are defining policies on different aspects that are of the interest of the students and of the current dynamic trends. We also organize the global workshops related. We have a broader lab or a broader program called Seoul National University ITTP. ITPP is the IT professional program. So we do these kind of workshops almost on a yearly basis. And during this time, it's very interesting because ITPP and ITTP invite many of the alumni, and they have a chance to come back. So many of the Korean participants who have studied in Korea or Indonesian participants might understand what the homecoming is. So in Korea, there is a culture where maybe once a year or twice a year, you come back to your university, to your alma mater, and you visit your professor, the professor who was your advisor during your master's or PhD. And that's called the homecoming. So this is kind of the event where ITTP and ITPP provide the opportunity to many of those alumni to visit back Korea and reconnect to their families. So that's why this family becomes a real active network. And then we also have, we are very much linked within the KAIST. There is also a broader center called the KAIST Global Commercialization Center, GCC. And with them, we normally together, we organize special workshops where we strive for matchmaking, and we kind of collaborate, our students collaborate with the center to become country specialists who understand their country's demands, who introduce companies, partners, or public stakeholders that may collaborate with Korean companies or R&D centers to build joint initiatives for technology transfer and commercialization. And yeah, this is again one of the events also for like we produce many of these events for even these days. We are doing academic research seminars where the students have the chance to publish or to submit their own research work, their academic work, or whether it is as a short paper or even as a full manuscript. And with the academic contribution of many of the alumni who are working right now as professors, these papers are selected and they get feedback, and so they have a network or a framework, more than a network, framework where they can start their life. For many of them who are starting their academic career, they can start their experience in their academic career. So because of these efforts, we also are having these kind of publications. We also publish a book that has all the contact points of the different, oh, there's me, I just noticed, of the different alumni or people who have graduated from the program. So I really expect you, I mean, the conference, was given a little bit of time. So basically the program is, we are here to invite you to participate in the program. The scholarship is normally announced 2 times. So there's going to be twice in the year for the incoming spring semester and autumn semester. And you will be able to apply through the ITTP website, which I leave here announced. And it's going to be especially for government, R&D, or lecturers who want to study in Korea, their master's and their PhD. So basically, come to become part of this very big family of KAIST ITTP. I will leave some of the references here. So 감사합니다. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Palaku. This is also another interesting presentation, and what makes the presentation more interesting is that the person who experienced this program itself, herself, presents the program of university. Oh, thank you very much. Good. We are moved to the third and last presentation of our session. Ms. Sunmi Rebecca Koo can't join in this session lively, so we'll play her masterpiece video clip. Please, Indonesian colleague.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Sammiku, working as the team leader of the Innovation and Development Team at SME's Eco-Innovation Center. Thank you so much for this honor, allowing me to present my organization and also cases of the capacity program. In today's presentation, I will briefly introduce what ASEC is doing for small or medium-sized enterprise. Here we call this SMEs in this ASEM region, and what recently we envision to do for the next decade. And I will introduce the capacity building program for the government officers. ASEC is the initiative to promote eco-innovation SMEs and ASEM member countries. ASEM is an Asia-Europe meeting, an intergovernmental process to foster dialogue and cooperation between Asia and Europe. Presently, it comprises 53 member states, 30 European and 21 Asian countries. A major part of ASEM economy consists of SMEs, accounting for 99% of total business establishment, and 2/3 of total employments in this region. SMEs make a real contribution to income and employment generation. And indeed, the SMEs are driver of economic growth, and they deliver innovation for the society. But most of SMEs are facing challenges and barriers, especially to engage in green activity due to lack of resources and capacity to promote the green innovation and technology. Currently, they are getting more burden and pressure on environmental regulation in their market. Of course, it means green business could get more opportunity in this green transition movement. In the sense, with the endorsement at the ASEM Summit, ASEC has been relaunched and to promote and enhance the SMEs towards green growth in Asia, Europe. We define eco-innovation as the idea of environmental improvements to enhance the competitiveness of enterprises and to provide a new business opportunity. ASEC has vision to be the global leader in sustainable innovation of the SMEs and startups, and we try to support the sustainable transition and to lead the global cooperation for SMEs and startups. So we have a 3 strategy to deliver this mission. Under strategy 1, we would like to operate and create a dialogue or discussion platform to issue of the SMEs policy and also eco-innovation. Once dialogue has been set up, then we try to deliver the projects from the discussion tables, and also we are also having other forums exploring the several agenda, such as a high-level forum, such as minister level. So this round table for the government officers or relevant government agencies who are interested in cooperation on SMEs, eco-innovation competence in the ASEM level. The working group is officially endorsed at the summit, and it aims to establish corporate projects for ASEC and member country by discussing interesting topics with member countries. And due to diversity of ASEM, Asia, Europe, and SMEs and eco-innovation, all these issues belong to different ministries. In fact, it is quite challengeable discussion table, but mainly there are 3 agenda were discussed on this table so far. Number 1, capacity building for policymaker. Number 2, support programs for green business cooperation, which is crossing the border. And number 3 is the training or capacity development program for SMEs. And we operate various forums as a ASEM platform for discussing and networking for the different agenda. And ASEC has our own forum, and which is dealing with the cutting edge issues. Last year we held a forum. The agenda was the twin transition, which is a green and digital transition. And we also hosting several several forums, such as EMD Forum is an environment forum in partnership with the Asia Europe Foundation and other foundation or agency from ASEAN member country. Currently, EMD Forum elaborate on SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production. And this forum is also published the research paper as well. And the other one, that Ecoton, is a kind of hackathon program, especially for eco entrepreneurs. It is to promote innovative startup ecosystem by spreading eco entrepreneurship in ASEAN region. It is very intensive program to develop your sustainable business model in 3 days and present your business model for the final day as a competition. Winners of competitions, we provide a cash prizes and opportunity to participate in global startup festivals. And Ecoton was launched in Cambodia first, but now it happens in 5 countries in this year. Of course, Indonesia and Philippines, Malaysia, and Laos, and Cambodia from July. Please stay tuned with us if you have some idea of doing business. We will develop your idea into sustainable business model with the Asia Europe experts, European experts. And also, I didn't cover here, but we also in-depth study of policy of promotion of SDG and startups together. And strategy number 2. We'd like to strengthen capacity to drive a sustainable innovation of SMEs. There are 2 programs, a greenhouse gas reduction program of SMEs and strengthen capacity to practice sustainable development goals or environment, society governance of SMEs. The importance of climate change action is increasing. Global market is very tight for SMEs who does not prepare carbon management. Most of the SME does not have the knowledge to use international mechanism to receive the gas emission allowances. We provide a greenhouse gas reduction program for Korean SMEs doing business in developing countries such as Vietnam. By guiding them to use UNFCCC's Clean Development Mechanism, we call the CDM, as a platform. We monitor the activities and support the conversion of the in discharging. Korea announced to participate in net zero last year, which is carbon neutral. We plan to establish an online portal to support carbon neutrality for SMEs. And there will be a pilot to providing a consulting to the SMEs. And sustainable management and ESG stands for environment, social, and governance are key issues in the global business. Investors are increasingly applying these non-financial factors as part of their analysis process to identify material risk and growth opportunity. ESG in the investment so strongly performance so far. ESG in the investments are expected to be a key driver organic asset growth for money managers in 2021, said Moody Investor Service. But most of the SMEs are not ready for sustainable management, as you know, and ESG. But especially for SMEs in global supply chain will be vulnerable if they do not have a strategy of ESG or sustainable management. ASEC is supporting the capacity of SMEs to have to practice of their sustainable management and ESG. And number third, we have 2 regional centers in Asia, and another one is in Europe. So would like to establish a global network based on these 2 regional centers by connecting each other. And we support P4G, Partnership for Green Growth, Global Goals for 2030. It is another new initiative to coping the challenge of the global challenges. So as mentioned, we have a Green Business Center in Asia and Europe. We have the center in Indonesia. We support startups, SMEs, not only from Korea, but also as a member countries. We also providing this incubation facility to Indonesian companies, SMEs. If you are interested to the London business, please use our Green Business Center in Indonesia. So we are targeting not for just entering Indonesian market, but also in Asian market. And the next one, it is we are ongoing project to establish Smart Green Business Center in Luxembourg, which is a European center. We are strategically here in Europe. We are not only focusing on green business, but also digital business, because Europe is now great transition for toward and digitalizations. So here in the Smart Green Business Center is not only for local incubating, but also we try to connecting with the European business. We try to be a connection platform for the European business. So yes, and we have discussed, minister level. The discussion has been done, and then we got an MOU to launch the center. Okay, finally, so there are another program that we have. We'd like to establish the global network. Is we try to support the P4G initiative, because even the members of P4G is not covering all Europe and Asia, but also they have Latin countries and African countries and global wide. But we agree to emphasize and raise awareness of the role of the cooperation of private sector in responding climate change and achieving the SDG. So here in Korea, in a week, there will be a P4G summit will be happened in this Saturday and Sunday and Monday together, and so we will operate a side event to incorporate with the Ministry of SMEs and Startups by inviting startups and investors from the P4G member states. You can join to our online exhibition to look at the companies, and you can also watch the IR pitching in this platform. Okay, finally, I'm coming to the case studies. I do not have much time, but I will try my best. ASEC implemented the KOICA GIZ Joint Capacity Development Program, which is Green Economic Development Philippines, alongside the Korean International Corporation and GIZ, which is a German development agency. It was from July 20 to July 19 in 2016. This 10-day study visit program invited a core group of representatives in the Philippines, mainly consisting of central and province-based public officials of the Department of Trade and Industry and private sector delegates. The program was aimed to enhance their capacity to transfer into green economy and the Philippines by understanding green growth experience of major Korean ministries and organizations, as well as sharing global perspectives of a green economy. We try to make participants to understand the multi-level policy framework on green economy in Korea and the integral role of the industrial and business sector, including SMEs and academia, pursuing green technology development and eco-innovation in Korea. and to witness province-driven local initiatives and to recognize the importance of renewable energy in Korea and the status, actual status. It is composed of the 7 modules, and each module includes lectures and study visit. The program is comprehensive set of activities, interaction, and engagement to drive an action plan with the understanding of green economy and practices and experience. To have in-depth knowledge of and understand on the green economy and green growth, experts made in class lecture. We visited a Global Green Growth Institute and international think tank, and participants reviewed the GGGI Philippines Green Growth Project. GGGI advised relevant policies around the thematic areas, sustainable energy, sustainable landscape, and green cities. With the understanding of the green economy, then participants made an understanding of institutional framework of Korean green economy. We reviewed the economic, institutional, and scientific technical approaches of the supporting public institution. A study visit to one of the central government, the Ministry of SMEs and Startup, has been done to make them to understand relevant policies and ongoing program on green growth for Korean SMEs and industry. And as you know, not only policy measures, we reviewed the practice, how SMEs are engaged in green economy in Korea, and we made a visit to Korean SMEs, how eco-innovation made under local eco-innovation program, and they could witness the integral role of SMEs in green economic development. Due to islands-based geological feature of SMEs-driven economy structure of the Philippines, the coursework focused especially on energy policy Jeju province, where carbon-free Jeju Island 2030 is now being proactively initiated, as well as institutional framework to support the green capacity of SMEs in Korea. During the field trip, the participants visit Gapado, which is Gapa Island, the first energy self-sufficient island in Korea, in order to grasp microgrid technology using renewable energy and energy storage system. Following this on-site visit to Gapado, a group activity facilitated the participant discussion to develop microgrid project proposal for local community in the Philippines. And as you can find here, the uniqueness of program, they are not coming from the energy policy or researchers. We try them to build the capacity on with coping with the renewable energy matter, since energy is a critical issue for the Philippines to develop local industry and economic growth in the Philippines. On the last day of the program, July 19th, participants conclude the program with the presentation of the final action. Following the action plan presentation, closing ceremony was held where Korean SMEs, Philippines SMEs, and relevant business associations shared their business experience and explored the business opportunity of mutual cooperation. During the program, several discussion workshop were steered in 3 groups to establish green economy strategy under 3 major themes of Philippine industries, energy, tourism, and agriculture. As far as I know, these 3 actions were developed during the program and were followed by the GIZ Philippines and TTI. This is my presentation. Thank you for hearing. And if you have any questions, please send me that email, or I heard about there will be Q&A sessions to respond to your questions. So I will not going to be joined for the real-time discussion, but question and answer. But if you can send me any question to my email address. The email address will be in my first page. Oh, not in the first page. Okay, so I think the organizer will share the email address if you have questions. Thank you so much. Okay, I hope you to find somewhere.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Gu. Unfortunately, she can't join in this session lively, but yeah, it was very useful. Um, okay, we have some time limit in Indonesian. It's 40 past 12 o'clock. It's a high time for lunch. So we'd like to have just 2 questions, each one question to our first and second presenter. Is there any question from the floor or online? Oh, no questions?
Question, please.
Yes, I have a question, please.
Yeah, yes, please.
Yes, my name is Dudi Iskandar. I'm from the Agency for the Assessment Application of Technology. I would like to ask to Miss Rebecca Sumiko, how are you?
Miss Rebecca is not existing here live.
Okay, I will
Yeah.
send question to her by email then.
Yeah, it would be nice. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you have any question, then we can close our second session with this great hunger. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Taekon Kim, for leading this session interestingly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the committee will grant the certificate for the speakers and the moderator. So, the first for Mr. Injun Lee from UST. Second for Dr. Ileana Marco. Okay, thank you. The third for Mrs. Suni Rebecca. And the last is for the moderator, Dr. Taekun Kim from GTC. Okay, may we have an applause for the speakers and the moderator. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will enter the break session. We will be back here at 1:20 p.m. And all the participants in this room can have a breakfast, can have lunch. At the you can turn right from this room and the corner at the right side. So you can mention from the BPPT. From the restoran ya. Jadi Bapak Ibu yang di ruangan ini silakan nanti menuju ke restoran yang di sisi sebelah kanan Pak untuk makan siang. Dan kita kembali ke ruangan ini pada pukul 1:20 sharp. Okay. Thank you very much for your attention until this session. I hope we still have the big spirit to continue again at the next session. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sebagai negara kepulauan dengan kekayaan sumber daya alam dan sumber daya hayati yang melimpah, membangun dan memperkokoh kesiapan dan daya saing sektor agroindustri merupakan pilihan penting dalam rangka menopang ketersediaan dan kemandirian bidang pangan dan industri terkait lainnya. BPPT melalui Deputi Bidang Teknologi Agroindustri dan Bioteknologi telah dan terus berkarya pada kedua bidang tersebut, meningkatkan daya saing industri dalam negeri dan mengurangi ketergantungan impor merupakan arah utama pelaksanaan tugas BPPT sebagai lembaga kaji terap teknologi. Melalui 6 unit kerja yang ada, yaitu PTPP, PTA, PTB, PTFM, B2TP, dan Balai Bioteknologi, serta dukungan sekitar 470 sumber daya manusia, Deputi TAB telah menerjemahkan 7 peran BPPT dalam pelaksanaan kegiatan inovasi teknologi agroindustri dan bioteknologi, yaitu rekayasaan, clearing teknologi, audit teknologi, alih teknologi, intermediasi, difusi, dan komersialisasi teknologi. Dalam kurun waktu 2015 sampai dengan 2019, Deputi TAB telah menghasilkan beberapa inovasi teknologi yang telah dimanfaatkan oleh industri ataupun masyarakat. Untuk bidang pangan, kami memiliki beberapa inovasi teknologi, diantaranya adalah Biskunil, formula pangan darurat atau biskuit untuk mendukung penyediaan bahan pangan nutrisi tinggi di daerah bencana. Purula merupakan sediaan berupa abon tabur yang terbuat dari hidrolisis kedelai dan rumput laut, diperkaya dengan zat besi dan vitamin, serta diformulasikan dalam bentuk makanan untuk meningkatkan asupan zat besi dalam rangka mencegah anemia dan stunting. Inovasi teknologi beras sehat, beras yang diproduksi dari bahan baku lokal seperti jagung, sagu, singkong, tanpa pengawet, tanpa pewarna, tanpa perasa, dengan indeks glikemik yang lebih rendah dibandingkan dengan beras padi. Inovasi teknologi bidang pertanian, peternakan, dan perkebunan, kami telah memiliki inovasi teknologi perbanyakan benih kentang secara ex vitro. Teknologi ini merupakan teknik fotokopi untuk menghasilkan perbanyakan benih kentang secara cepat. Inovasi teknologi integrasi sapi sawit. Salah satu produk kajian ini adalah pakan ternak komplit berbahan baku limbah sawit. Pakan komplit hasil kajian melalui integrasi sapi sawit sudah diaplikasikan kepada beberapa kelompok peternak di Kabupaten Pelalawan dan sudah dipasarkan oleh kelompok CV Karya Lestari. Inovasi si pintar dan si pandai. Si pintar itu singkatan dari Sistem Informasi Pencatatan dan Identifikasi Ternak. Merupakan aplikasi pencatatan ternak yang dikembangkan oleh Pusat Teknologi Produksi Pertanian. Sedangkan si pandai merupakan aplikasi sistem informasi dan formulasi pakan ternak ruminansia yang dilengkapi dengan informasi bahan baku dan kebutuhan nutrisi ternak sesuai dengan kondisi di Indonesia. Inovasi teknologi produksi biopit. Biopit mengandung mikroba potensial dan telah teruji kemampuannya dalam meningkatkan pH tanah gambut sehingga menjadi solusi secara bioteknologi dalam mengurangi pembakaran lahan gambut untuk lahan pertanian. Di bidang kesehatan kita sudah memiliki beberapa produk inovasi. Di antaranya adalah produk kit rapid test dengue. Kit rapid test demam berdarah dengue ini dapat mendeteksi dini infeksi penyakit DBD. Produksi komersial kit rapid test ini akan dilakukan oleh PT Kimia Farma Tbk. Garam NaCl Pro Analisa. Garam Pro Analisa adalah garam dengan kemurnian tinggi, lebih dari 99,5% untuk keperluan laboratorium dan mikrobiologi. Paten teknologi pemurnian garam menjadi garam Pro Analisa sudah diaplikasikan oleh PT Karya Daya Farmasi di Bogor dengan kapasitas produksi 100 ton per tahun. Produk inovasi bahan baku obat dextrosa monohidrat atau biasa disingkat DMH. DMH farmasi merupakan salah satu jenis bahan baku obat yang digunakan sebagai salah satu bahan baku sediaan infus. Rekayasa TAB telah berhasil mengembangkan teknologi produksi DMH farmasi skala batch 6-7 kg produk per batch. Selanjutnya produk inovasi bahan baku obat antibiotik cefalosporin dan turunannya. Cefalosporin adalah salah satu jenis antibiotik golongan beta-laktam yang cukup tinggi penggunaannya di Indonesia. Produk inovasi cangkang kapsul rumput laut merupakan produk alternatif dari cangkang kapsul, di mana saat ini yang sebagian besar terbuat dari bahan gelatin hewan yang masih diimpor. Kami juga memiliki beberapa kerjasama dengan lembaga internasional, dengan Korea Research Institute Bioscience and Biotechnology, atau disingkat dengan KRIB dari Korea Selatan, tentang bioprospecting on Indonesian medicinal plant. Kami bekerjasama juga dengan JICA dan AMED Jepang melalui program SATREP tentang kandidat senyawa obat anti malaria dari koleksi mikroba asli Indonesia. Kementerian TAB juga memiliki kerjasama dengan Zhejiang University dari Cina melalui program Joint Laboratory on Biotechnology. Kami juga ada kerjasama dengan GTC, Green Technology Center dari Korea, melalui kerjasama di bidang pengembangan dan promosi green technology. Dalam rangka mendukung perekonomian daerah, BPT mendampingi pemerintah Kabupaten Grobogan dalam pembangunan Teknopark Grobogan sejak tahun 2015 yang difokuskan sebagai Teknopark Pangan. Pembangunan Teknopark Bantaeng merupakan sebuah model Teknopark nasional yang dibangun berbasis sumber daya daerah serta dilaksanakan bekerjasama dengan pemerintah kabupaten. Model Teknopark ini diharapkan dapat menjadi percontohan dan diduplikasi di daerah lain. Sebagaimana diamanahkan oleh Undang-Undang Nomor 11 Tahun 2019 tentang Sistem Nasional Ilmu Pengetahuan dan Teknologi, sebagai bagian dari BPT, Ikuti Kami akan terus meningkatkan kinerja inovasi dan layanan teknologi di bidang pangan, pertanian, dan kesehatan melalui penguatan peran Kerjasama. Ikuti Kami senantiasa terbuka dan siap untuk berkolaborasi dan bermitra dengan industri dan stakeholder lain. TAB, let's change for a better future. Sebagai negara kepulauan dengan kekayaan sumber daya alam dan sumber daya hayat yang melimpah, membangun dan memperkokoh kesiapan dan daya saing sektor agroindustri merupakan pilihan penting dalam rangka menopang ketersediaan dan kemandirian bidang pangan dan industri terkait lainnya. BPPT melalui Deputi Bidang Teknologi Agroindustri dan Bioteknologi telah dan terus berkarya pada kedua bidang tersebut, meningkatkan daya saing industri dalam negeri dan mengurangi ketergantungan impor merupakan arah utama pelaksanaan tugas BPPT sebagai lembaga kaji terap teknologi. Melalui 6 unit kerja yang ada, yaitu PTPP, PTA, PTB, PTFM, B2TP, dan Balai Bioteknologi, serta dukungan sekitar 470 sumber daya manusia, Deputi TAB telah menerjemahkan 7 peran BPPT dalam pelaksanaan kegiatan inovasi teknologi agroindustri dan bioteknologi, yaitu rekayasaan, clearing teknologi, audit teknologi, alih teknologi, intermediasi, difusi, dan komersialisasi teknologi. Dalam kurun waktu 2015 sampai dengan 2019, Deputi TAB telah menghasilkan beberapa inovasi teknologi yang telah dimanfaatkan oleh industri ataupun masyarakat. Untuk bidang pangan, kami memiliki beberapa inovasi teknologi, diantaranya adalah Biskunil, formula pangan darurat atau biskuit untuk mendukung penyediaan bahan pangan nutrisi tinggi di daerah bencana. Purula merupakan sediaan berupa abon tabur yang terbuat dari hidrolisis kedelai dan rumput laut, diperkaya dengan zat besi dan vitamin, serta diformulasikan dalam bentuk makanan untuk meningkatkan asupan zat besi dalam rangka mencegah anemia dan stunting. Inovasi teknologi beras sehat. Beras yang diproduksi dari bahan baku lokal seperti jagung, sagu, singkong, tanpa pengawet, tanpa pewarna, tanpa perasa, dengan indeks glikemik yang lebih rendah dibandingkan dengan beras padi. Inovasi teknologi bidang pertanian, peternakan, dan perkebunan, kami telah memiliki inovasi teknologi perbanyakan benih kentang secara ex vitro. Teknologi ini merupakan teknik fotokopi untuk menghasilkan perbanyakan benih kentang secara cepat. Inovasi teknologi integrasi sapi sawit. Salah satu produk kajian ini adalah pakan ternak komplit berbahan baku limbah sawit. Pakan komplit hasil kajian melalui integrasi sapi sawit sudah diaplikasikan kepada beberapa kelompok peternak di Kabupaten Pelalawan dan sudah dipasarkan oleh kelompok CV Karya Lestari. Inovasi si pintar dan si pandai. Si pintar itu singkatan dari Sistem Informasi Pencatatan dan Identifikasi Ternak. Merupakan aplikasi pencatatan ternak yang dikembangkan oleh Pusat Teknologi Produksi Pertanian. Sedangkan si pandai merupakan aplikasi sistem informasi dan formulasi pakan ternak ruminansia yang dilengkapi dengan informasi bahan baku dan kebutuhan nutrisi ternak sesuai dengan kondisi di Indonesia. Inovasi teknologi produksi biopit. Biopit mengandung mikroba potensial dan telah teruji kemampuannya dalam meningkatkan pH tanah gambut sehingga menjadi solusi secara bioteknologi dalam mengurangi pembakaran lahan gambut untuk lahan pertanian. Di bidang kesehatan kita sudah memiliki beberapa produk inovasi. Di antaranya adalah produk kit rapid test dengue. Kit rapid test demam berdarah dengue ini dapat mendeteksi dini infeksi penyakit DBD. Produksi komersial kit rapid test ini akan dilakukan oleh PT Kimia Farma Tbk. Garam NaCl Pro Analisa. Garam Pro Analisa adalah garam dengan kemurnian tinggi, lebih dari 99,5% untuk keperluan laboratorium dan mikrobiologi. Paten teknologi pemurnian garam menjadi garam Pro Analisa sudah diaplikasikan oleh PT Karya Daya Farmasi di Bogor dengan kapasitas produksi 100 ton per tahun. Produk inovasi bahan baku obat dextrosa monohidrat atau biasa disingkat DMH. DMH farmasi merupakan salah satu jenis bahan baku obat yang digunakan sebagai salah satu bahan baku sediaan infus. Rekayasa THB telah berhasil mengembangkan teknologi produksi DMH farmasi skala batch 6-7 kg produk per batch. Selanjutnya produk inovasi bahan baku obat antibiotik cefalosporin dan turunannya. Cefalosporin adalah salah satu jenis antibiotik golongan beta-laktan yang cukup tinggi penggunaannya di Indonesia. Produk inovasi cangkang kapsul rumput laut merupakan produk alternatif dari cangkang kapsul, di mana saat ini yang sebagian besar terbuat dari bahan gelatin hewan yang masih diimpor. Kami juga memiliki beberapa kerjasama dengan lembaga internasional, dengan Korea Research Institute Bioscience and Biotechnology, atau disingkat dengan KRIB dari Korea Selatan, tentang bioprospecting on Indonesian Medicinal Plant. Kami bekerja sama juga dengan JICA dan AMED Jepang melalui program SATREP tentang kandidat senyawa obat anti malaria dari koleksi mikroba asli Indonesia. Kementerian THB juga memiliki kerjasama dengan Zhejiang University dari Cina melalui program Joint Laboratory on Biotechnology. Kami juga ada kerjasama dengan GTC, Green Technology Center dari Korea, melalui kerjasama di bidang pengembangan dan promosi green technology. Dalam rangka mendukung perekonomian daerah, BPT mendampingi pemerintah Kabupaten Grobogan dalam pembangunan Teknopark Grobogan sejak tahun 2015 yang difokuskan sebagai Teknopark Pangan. Pembangunan Teknopark Bantaeng merupakan sebuah model Teknopark nasional yang dibangun berbasis sumber daya daerah serta dilaksanakan bekerjasama dengan pemerintah kabupaten. Model Teknopark ini diharapkan dapat menjadi percontohan dan diduplikasi di daerah lain. Sebagaimana diamanahkan oleh Undang-Undang Nomor 11 Tahun 2019 tentang Sistem Nasional Ilmu Pengetahuan dan Teknologi, sebagai bagian dari BPT, Ikuti Kami akan terus meningkatkan kinerja inovasi dan layanan teknologi di bidang pangan, pertanian, dan kesehatan Melalui penguatan peran Kerjasama, Ikuti Kami senantiasa terbuka dan siap untuk berkolaborasi dan bermitra dengan industri dan stakeholder lain. TAB, let's change for a better future. Deputi Bidang TAB merupakan kedeputian di BPT yang mempunyai kompetensi teknologi di bidang pangan, pertanian, dan kesehatan. Mengacu pada RPJM, prioritas nasional, dan rencana strategis lembaga, Deputi Bidang TAB telah menyusun program kegiatan untuk periode 2020 hingga 2024. Dua kelompok program yang akan dilaksanakan oleh Deputi Bidang TAB, yaitu pertama, program prioritas riset nasional atau flagship bahan baku obat dan flagship pangan untuk mencegah stunting. Dan yang kedua, ada program non-flagship, yaitu kegiatan sebagai bagian dari penugasan, penguatan kompetensi, percepatan hilirisasi hasil kajian teknologi sebelumnya, maupun sebagai bagian dari layanan teknologi. Adapun target luaran utama dari program flagship bahan baku obat tahun 2020 hingga tahun 2024 adalah pada tahun 2020 bersama PT Kimia Farma Persero Tbk akan diluncurkan produk perdana kit rapid test dengue pada sekitar bulan Agustus atau September 2020. Pada tahun 2021, alih teknologi formula obat herbal terstandar atau lipid care pada industri pengguna PT Deltomed Laboratory. Dan tahun 2022, kami memiliki target alih teknologi biokonversi penisilin menjadi 6 APA atau 6 amino penicillinic acid pada industri. Tahun 2023, alih teknologi produksi senyawa intermediate paracetamol atau nitrobenzen pada industri. Alih teknologi formula obat herbal terstandar pada industri. Dan kemudian pada tahun 2024 target kami adalah alih teknologi sintesis antibiotik amoksisilin pada industri dengan mitra PT Misi Farma dan alih teknologi produksi adjuvan vaksin pada industri dengan mitra PT Bio Farma. Selain target luaran utama milestone tersebut, program flagship BBU ini juga akan menghasilkan luaran penting lainnya seperti rekomendasi teknis, paten, publikasi, sertifikasi laboratorium, dan peningkatan kompetensi SDM. PT Kimia Farma, PT Mesi Farma, dan PT Kimia Farma Sungun Farmakopia adalah mitra potensial yang telah memberikan komitmen untuk melakukan hilirisasi teknologi produksi bahan baku obat yang telah dikembangkan oleh BPPT. Penggunaan bahan baku lokal untuk media dan bahan baku proses merupakan keunggulan dari teknologi produksi bahan baku obat antibiotik sehingga biaya proses produksi menjadi lebih rendah dan tingkat komponen dalam negeri menjadi lebih tinggi. Program prioritas riset nasional atau flagship pangan untuk mencegah stunting tahun 2020 dan tahun 2024 merupakan bagian dari prioritas riset nasional revitalisasi ketahanan pangan atau pencegahan stunting, di mana LIPI sebagai koordinator. BPPT melalui Pusat Teknologi Agroindustri siap berkontribusi dalam menurunkan angka stunting dari angka 29% di tahun 2019 menjadi 14% di tahun 2024. Beberapa target luaran yang akan dicapai adalah tahun 2020, inovasi pangan cegah anemia pada remaja dalam rangka mempersiapkan kecukupan gizi besi saat menjadi ibu hamil. Dan target kedua di tahun 2020 yaitu komersialisasi produk pangan lokal mie sago instan bebas gluten. Dan di tahun 2023 kami memiliki target inovasi pangan cegah stunting untuk ibu hamil dan badutan bayi bawah 2 tahun. Baru saja tadi saya menyampaikan program flagship dari Deputi TAB di tahun 2020 hingga Sekarang saya ingin masuk pada program non-flagship untuk tahun 2020 sampai dengan 2024. Masing-masing pusat memiliki kegiatan program non-flagship. Yang pertama, Pusat Teknologi Produksi Pertanian, PTPP. Target adalah diseminasi teknologi pertanian, peternakan, dan perikanan. 2. Kegiatan non-flagship insinas optimasi metode fleksibel Java Fine Flavor Cocoa. Dan ketiga, melanjutkan kerjasama dengan Bio Farma dalam pengembangan hijauan makanan ternak nutrisi. Nomor 4, pengembangan teknologi produksi benih ikan nila unggul dan teknologi organik farming berbasis mikroba lokal untuk budidaya bawang merah di Kabupaten Pandeglang, Provinsi Sulawesi Selatan. Nomor 5, pelaksanaan kajian pengintegrasian sawit sapi pada kegiatan pengkajian dan pengembangan teknologi budidaya dan pasca panen di Kabupaten Luar Utara. Nomor 6, pendukung flagship Kementan yaitu pengembangan aplikasi Sepinter dan Sepandai. Dan kegiatan non-flagship ke-7, penyelenggaraan ICOP 2 kerjasama antara BPPT bersama COFI AACCB Australia dalam proses pengusulan. Dan kegiatan ke-8 adalah kerjasama dengan GTC Green Technology Center dan KIS Korea Institute Science and Technology untuk pengembangan smart greenhouse. Dan saat ini kegiatan ini dalam proses penilaian ODA Korea usulan melalui Bapak. Dan kegiatan non-flagship untuk Pusat Teknologi Agroindustri PTA. Yang pertama, komersialisasi mie sagu instan bebas gluten. Kegiatan kedua, komersialisasi dan diseminasi bahan protein berbasis sawit untuk memperpanjang masa kesegaran buah. Kegiatan ketiga, diseminasi teknologi pengolahan pangan lokal di Jawa Tengah. Yang keempat, diseminasi mesin sangrai kopi tipe fluidisasi. Kegiatan non-flagship di Pusat Teknologi Bioindustri (PTB). Yang pertama, uji aplikasi bioala pada beberapa varietas tanaman buah dan sayur. Kerjasama dengan Mekarsari. Kegiatan kedua, kerjasama riset dengan FKG Universitas Mustopo tentang efek ekstrak stevia terhadap antara mikroba orang. Ketiga, kerjasama riset dengan Evergreen tentang isolasi dan eksplorasi pemanfaatan mikroalga dari Indonesia. Pengujian bioala untuk peningkatan kultur vegetatif dan kerjasama di bidang genome sequencing dan genome editing mikroalga untuk meningkatkan produktivitas astaxanthin. Kegiatan keempat adalah kerjasama dengan Sinarmas Group tentang penerapan teknologi enzim di beberapa perusahaan pulp dan kertas. Yang kelima, ikut sertaan dalam program riset nasional tekstil berbahan rami yang dikoordinir oleh Kemenku. Kegiatan non-flagship di Pusat Teknologi Farmasi dan Medika (PTFM). Yang pertama, melanjutkan hilirisasi teknologi produksi kit versi tes tinggi untuk menyelesaikan tahap produksi, registrasi, dan produksi perdana bersama PT Kimia Farma. Yang kedua, melanjutkan hilirisasi teknologi produksi dextrosa monohidrat farmasi kerjasama dengan PT Kimia Farma. Yang ketiga, kegiatan bioprospecting tanaman berkhasiat obat kerjasama dengan Korea Research Institute of Bioscience and Biotechnology. Kegiatan non-flagship Balai Besar Teknologi Pati atau B2TP. Yang pertama, inovasi teknologi produksi maltodextrin dan dietary fiber dari ubi kayu untuk aplikasi industri pangan food ingredient. Yang kedua, inovasi teknologi budidaya dan pasca panen labu kuning untuk aplikasi industri pangan olahan. Kegiatan non-flagship di Balai Bioteknologi. Yang pertama, melanjutkan kajian teknologi produksi cephalosporin C, senyawa intermediate antibiotik turunan cephalosporin, bekerja sama dengan PT Kimia Farma Sunggun Farmakopi. Yang kedua, melakukan kegiatan kerjasama riset sebagai bagian dari layanan teknologi, di antaranya peningkatan dan perbanyakan tanaman karet dengan sistem Jepang, Kemudian uji coba perbanyakan benih tanaman stevia dengan Nippon Paper Industry Jepang. Peningkatan mutu tanaman kelapa sawit dengan Fuji Oil Jepang. Ya. Kemudian domestikasi tanaman anggrek dengan PT Martina Berti. Kemudian uji coba benih tanaman jahe merah dengan PT Bintang 7. Kegiatan ketiga adalah penataan, perawatan, dan pengelolaan kawasan agrobiotek Cilubang. Dan yang keempat, kegiatan diseminasi teknologi di daerah. Teknologi perbanyakan tanaman ex nitro, teknologi produksi pupuk organik hayati. Demikian barusan tadi saya sampaikan kegiatan baik flagship prioritas riset nasional maupun non-flagship di kementerian TAB yang menggambarkan kompetensi dan kesiapan BPP TAB untuk terus berkarya, melakukan inovasi dan layanan teknologi pada bidang pangan, pertanian, dan kesehatan. Deputi TAB senantiasa siap dan terbuka untuk berkolaborasi dengan semua pihak dalam rangka mendukung upaya kemandirian dan daya saing bangsa. TAB, let's change for better future.
Okay, we start now. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our seminar today. Now let us continue to the third session. The topic of this session is sustainable community, introduction of the municipal waste research and development. That will be moderated by Dr. Insinyur Widyatminingsih Winanti, MSI. To Dr. Insinyur Widyatminingsih Winanti, MSI, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat siang, Bapak Ibu sekalian. My name is Widyatminingsih Winanti, and I'll moderate this session, third session, which will discuss about sustainable communities and municipal solid waste R&D introduction. I think this is very interesting topic. I think I'll sit here. Interesting topic, and it will. I'm sure that will keep you awake even after lunch. Then we have 75 minutes, and we have three presenters today: Mr. Abdul Kolik, Dr. Abdul Kolik, Dr. Kwan Yung Kim, and Professor Sherin Randall Thiel, and with the very interesting topic and dengan very great presenter. And I think for saving the time, I will directly start with this presentation. And Professor Sherin will be start first. Hello, Professor Sherin. Do you already online?
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, already here. Okay, please start the presentation. You will do the first this presentation. Please, thank you.
Okay, beautiful. Hi everyone, just give me a moment to beat the technology and share my screen with you. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today, and I'd like to talk a little bit about marketing and how we apply this to get environmental change. So the case studies I'm working on today are diverting any form of waste materials out of our waterways. I'll use one case study and then I'm going to share some progress work in Indonesia with you at the end, just to demonstrate that this approach is used across so many different issues. And by learning what people think and want, we can really get engagement and get people to come on a journey with us to get the social change that we need to see. So I work with a team of people here in Australia, but also with our research partners, including people across the world in Indonesia, Korea, many countries. Marketing is a very philosophical approach. It's a strategy, a way of thinking. And what we actually do is get into people's hearts and minds. We look at how they live, how they work, how they play. We want to understand a little bit about their worlds and how they live. So our team have actually built a model called CBE. It's the 3 steps that marketers go through. And we teach this model to show other people who don't have marketing training how you can bring people with you to get the change and the environmental benefits and outcomes that you actually want to see. So how do we start? We start by building programs with people. And I'll explain this by using the case study to demonstrate to you what's actually possible. So co-creation is very much a process of learning. And like I said earlier, understanding people's hearts and minds. Once they design the program with us, our job is to actually make the program come to life. And as people who actually build and run campaigns, our job is to find the partners, to access the funding, build the policies or the processes, and all of the supporting things that are needed to make this change happen. So we don't just tell people what to do. We actually provide structure, we give people alternatives, and we actually create the environment they need to help them now swap from one behaviour that they're currently doing, which might, for example, be throwing rubbish off the bridge into the water, and switching them to what we now want them to do, which might be to sort their materials and take them to a waste station. So this is the thinking work and the building work that has to happen first before we can take our program out and actually work with people to actually get them to come on board with us and change from one behaviour to the other. So the last phase of our CBE process is called engagement. And here, what we need people to do is know that our program or what we're asking them to do exists, and to teach them where that is, and to teach them why they should be thinking about doing it. So marketers actually usually work with a notion called value. We actually create an offer that's way too good for people not to do it. So if you think about when you last purchased something, maybe a pricing special actually got your attention and you decided that would be a great idea to actually buy that thing because it's cheaper. So that's just one example of how marketers use value to actually move you from one behaviour to another. So I won't go into extensive detail, but this is a project that we are finishing a 6-week trial on here in a city called Canberra in Australia. It was run right at the point that autumn leaves fall from their trees. And where do these leaves go? Straight onto the ground. If they're left there, they blow and end up running down the drains and draining off into the lake in Canberra. And it's making the water toxic, so much so that people who love to swim and play in the lake no longer can. Their lakes were closed for 100 days this last summer. And this is the reason they reached out to our team. Could we work and come together and build a marketing program that might convince people to pick up leaves and put them somewhere else, whether it be into a green recycling bin, which is something that Canberra has, or into people's own composting piles. So something where they're getting the value of their leaves back, putting it back onto their dirts, and rather than buying chemical fertilizers, just naturally growing things all by themselves, maybe just like we used to do. So to learn, our team ran different types of research. We did a rapid evidence review. What other programs have been run elsewhere in the world? We learned that people didn't understand that leaves were litter. And this was happening right across the planet, Canada, the USA. We interviewed experts. What is it that people have done in the past that's worked? What do water scientists understand? And later on this evening, we're running a webinar here where Fiona will tell us why leaves actually do make the water go toxic. We also ran surveys. What are the benefits of picking up leaves? And what's stopping people from doing it? What are the barriers? We took all of that information into a process that our centre runs called co-design. And in doing so, came away understanding what it is that our program needed to look like. And I'll show you just a tiny bit of how the team runs co-design. This is how we test different ideas. We've found them through our evidence review, or the experts have told us about this. We get the ideas and we put them on an ideas card, which you can see pictured here. These ideas are tested with people in the co-design workshops. We had more than 60 different residents coming into co-design to work with us and tell us what a program would look like for them and other people like them. And just to give you an example of what the teams do, we were still running here, and I know in Indonesia you've had the same issue, COVID. So we ran some things online to make it easy to make sure that we could still run these sessions and do the learning work that we need to do. This is a technology called Padlet. And what it does is in a Zoom room, we can all be on Padlet together, putting our ideas together and talking together to come up with our program. What would work for us and other people like us? So here you can see just one team, 3 to 4 people who came together and said, make this program fun. Give us incentives like gamify it, or give us money if we do something, 10-cent collections. Could you build capacity in community? So can we work with other networks that already exist? Can we mobilize people at a street level, maybe have a party and get them to come together to clean up? Lots and lots of great ideas. Now, our team had 10 different breakout teams that had created different programs, and every idea is an excellent idea. So really, we don't want to throw any ideas away, but we only have so much time. And in our case, we had 6 weeks to get from understanding to a program to run. And we're in our last week right now, as I speak. So people had told us that they understood that leaves were natural. They didn't really know that leaves were causing harm. So they wanted education. And like 50% of our teams had identified education as something that they actually wanted. And like I said before, some people said, incentivize us. Just make it fun, make it easy. Again, 50% of teams telling us this. Another idea was to have drain stickers, like put something out somewhere and make it visible so everyone can see it. I've adopted this drain, 50% of support. So you can see here how our team took the findings, collated them, but then made decisions about what we would actually focus on. We couldn't do everything with the little time and money that we actually had. So we had to start somewhere. So let's start with the things that most people value. And that makes a lot of sense if you think about it. So at the end of the co-design process, when we've come through all of that co-creation work, we end up with a very clear read from people in the space telling us what they need and actually want. They wanted tidy, houses that look great. They wanted to learn how to compost, and they needed to be told that leaves are actually doing harm. Like people thought that just leaving them there was okay because they break down and they're good for the environment. And help us connect, build networks and build things that we can actually use. So if you feel like it, you can actually Google this and have a look. leafcollective.com.au is available online now. And you can see all of the ideas brought to life across this 6-week trial campaign. What we did before we hit market was make sure that we had the right partnerships in place. People had told us so clearly that they needed to work from current support networks. So let's connect more people, bring current organisations together. Don't go and start something new. So by partnering with organisations who were already working in that space, we could already work from areas of strength. So for example, here on screen, we had a company called Capital Scraps Composting. And this organisation is essentially a non-profit who exist, and they'll pick leaves up and take them away to use in their own community compost gardens that they run. Another retailer, Compost Revolution, already exists. They were happy to partner with us and give it a 10% discount. Things like this help actually get people together. That 10% discount that Compost Revolution gave to us enabled people who were actually interested to go and buy some things and actually get it for less. And they could start their own composting journey simply by signing on. So understanding what's available, who we could actually work with, and the other groups that you saw on the previous screen were also groups who are actually out there actively campaigning for the environment. Events. And we could actually use those to actually talk and actually build and do things and actually help amplify what they were already doing. So we wanted to bring more people on a journey to come together and actually make them realise that leaves actually do damage if we actually leave them. We gave away freebies, so sign up and get a free leaf bag, and also helped people. You can order your green waste bin because not every house in Canberra owns a bin at this moment in time. And that was a big barrier for some people. A huge barrier is they have to pay to get that bin to their house now. So if we can help by actually making it easy and actually giving it to people, we can actually do a lot more to actually help alleviate change. And finally, as I said before, Capital Scraps already run a pickup service. So all we had to do was get behind what they already do and promote it for them. So book a service, do it now. And the leaves, could you help and tell us how many you've actually picked up? So the Make a Difference one was literally download our app and enter what you actually do here. So these were all of the elements of the program that we built. People had told us that they wanted information. They wanted help. They needed to know what to do. Many haven't composted before. A lot don't understand leaves and how they break down and how they're a really important source of carbon that if you leave them and compost them, will actually create a very valuable fertiliser that helps to grow plants again. So by understanding all of this, bringing all of that knowledge together, we built the program that people had asked us to do. So in co-design, we took the ideas and brought them to life. Now, back to the CBE model. This is the final stage in the process. Let's engage with community and understand if they know about us, and then if they do know, can they actually act? And this is where evaluation becomes incredibly important. Our job is to measure success or what's not working. So do we know what people were doing before? Can we actually compare and look at what they're doing after? That's the ideal level of measurement that we want to try and hit. By understanding where people were and where they get to, we can actually write back to funders and explain the value in the work that we do. So how many people did we reach? How many did we convert? And what did they go on to do? So it's a really important part of the process to start to track and see what we can do. Now, across the course of this 6-week pilot project, we actually trialled different ideas in different postcode areas. So these are different geography areas. And it was really important to understand which types of services or ideas were most popular. And also importantly for the people we're working for, which ones actually cost what, because they're looking to understand what they can start to roll out citywide. So what is going to work for them? We actually use social media. We were told not to use any form of broadcast like TV or radio, all of the really big ones like posters on buses or public transport, which kind of compromises our ability for people to know about us. Social media is great, but it's not what we should just use by itself. And then of course we still had things like vouchers and the survey app, and we also sent flyers out to all of the households in that area. So anyone who had a garden received a flyer from our team. Each flyer was tailored to the area and it focused very much on a key issue that that place was actually having so that we could tailor it as best as we actually could. Now, these are examples of the social media posts, the different types of things that were going. And in the centre there, you can see the effect of the leaves when they've piled up in the waterway. The toxic algae that's on that lake that's keeping it shut so that people can't use it. We worked on composting, teaching people how to do it. And we also emphasised that leaves are beautiful. They are a natural thing. The last thing we want to do is promote an issue to the point where people don't want trees. They bring shade. They're really good things. You can see here some of the posts that started to come in from the community that were engaging with us. Now, this is where we start to learn already firsthand during the program piloting what's working for people. You can see community reacting and sharing and showing us what they were actually doing. Pictured there was a video which is on our Facebook page, and the kids jumping into that pile after the mums showing the joy that the kids are having after they've raked it all up, ready to put it into bags. And you can actually, excuse me, see the bags pictured that we were giving away as free items. So fun to see it coming out and getting used by people. And on the left-hand side, you can see Tony, who shared a photo of what the drain looked like before he cleaned it up and what it looked like afterwards. Tony picked up the whole ideal of actually adopting a drain. So a really pleasing effort for our team. And here you can see some of the data that came in from the apps. You can see pictured the test areas, so the 5 different postcodes that we were testing in. And you can see across this app, because it's interactive, which suburbs are picking up more and less. So it allows us to start to understand, just for those who are entering data into the app, how many hours they've spent, how many leaves that translates into, and ultimately for us and the scientists involved, they can start to actually make calculations about how water quality can improve as a result of the leaves being taken out of the waterways. And this for them becomes a great measure of progress. Is this working? Is it getting the effect they want? Is there value for them in actually doing this process? Now, finally, you may remember that I did speak about Indonesia and how we're applying this very process over there with our research partners who are actually actively working across 5 different villages. They're looking at actually understanding how people are actually disposing of waste. And what you can see on the graph up in the top corner, and I know the text is tiny, so just forgive me, but I thought it was a great case study because it's the moment in time that this team is actually starting to apply marketing to learn and build a program with these villages that will work for them. And what you can see with the big spike and the largest arms on the graph is that people are still actually throwing their rubbish straight out into waterways. Now, that is not the behaviour we actually want because too many plastics are coming from Indonesia straight out into the oceans. In fact, Indonesia is the 2nd biggest polluter when it comes to plastics in our oceans. So the more we can do to prevent that, the better off we actually all are. So you can see the graphs pictured there as the team are learning what households currently do.
Could you speed up the presentation?
Yep. And they're actually trying to actually figure out what to actually do next. So taking all of those learnings forward and actually taking them out to actually understand how much waste can actually be diverted out of waterways demonstrates the value of what marketing can actually do. So thank you very much for having me today, all the way here from Australia where it's nearly nighttime. It's been a real pleasure to be here.
Thank you. The very interesting presentation. And now we continue with the second and third presenter. And I invite the second presenter, Mr. Abdul Khalik and Dr. Abdul Khalik and Dr. Kwan Yung In to come here forward to please come here. And we continue with the second presenter, Mr. Present by Dr. Insinyur Dr. M. Abdul Khalik, Director of PTL. He's my director in PTL. He will give the presentation entitled Municipal Waste Management, Problems and Solution Ideas. Before starting, I would like to read his profile, short profile. Dr. Ini Muhammad Abdul Khalik, MSc. He is the Director of Center for Environmental Technology at the Agency for the Assessment and Application of Technology, BTL-BPPT. He is also the Chairman of Indonesian Biogas Association. also Vice Chairman of Asia Pacific Biogas Alliance. Is also member of advisory board of Digital Global Biogas Cooperation project supported by EU, and more than 5 years professional experience in the topics on environmental technology, such as waste and wastewater treatment, bioremediation of contaminated soil, and biogas technology. The strong education background with doctoral degree, Dr. Ing from University of Saarland in biochemical engineering, and master science from TU Hamburg in process engineering, and bachelor degree from TH Nuremberg in chemical engineering. Please, Pak Holik, your time, your state is yours.
Thank you very much, Bu Meni, Dr. Meni. Thank you for the invitation, Pak Rudi, Dr. Kim. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to present about municipal solid waste management problem and solution ideas. I am the director of the Center for Environmental Technology, as mentioned before by Dominic. My background study is chemical engineering, and I do my diploma and master thesis on biogas processing from organic waste processing to biogas. Next, please. Yes, so the experience in PPT. Next. I'm also active in Asia Pacific Biogas Alliance. Next. Also, I'm the chairman of Biogas, Indonesian Biogas Association. Next. But now I will talk about a little bit others about municipal solid waste. The vision is, as stated here, from this condition to the right side, the bad condition to the ideal condition. We are on the way to this, hopefully. Next.
Pak Kolik, waktunya 15 menit ya, Pak.
Okay. Next. That is the municipal solid waste situation in Indonesia. We have for the year we have 64 million tons municipal solid waste per year, and for in Jakarta daily they have 7,500 tons sent to landfill in Bandar Gebang. Next. That is some collecting and transport system. Next. That is the landfill in Indonesia. The three pictures is about Bandar Gebang, and the others is that is in Depok, South Tangerang, and also in Serang. Next. Important is the public participant to spirit to treat what they can. That is our activity by team of Dr. Wahyono here, and they do education and supervision to the people, to the public, to do spiration, to do composting, and so on. Next. Next, that's the same. That is the concept proposed by Dr. Wahyono. That in its also should do the municipal solid waste treatment what they can. Next, if they can do ideally, just 20% of the municipal solid waste has to be sent to the landfill. Next. That is in housing area. Next, spiration and so on. That is composting, biogas digester, also for other purpose. Next. Next. That is the household composter. Next. That is for small scale composting plant, more than the household scale. Next. Next, that is waste to material or waste to energy. It is important to try to solve the problem of management solid waste. Next. Also, landfill mining also topic present before. Next. That is a study from team of Dr. Wahyono. Next. Waste to energy concept. Next, I will. This is the project from Center for Environmental Technology from us, the incinerator, cooperation with Jakarta. Next. Next. The program director was Bumani. Next. Now we are operating this incinerator together with the government of DKI Jakarta. Next. That is incinerator in Labuan Bajo for the main tourist destination. Nobody will come if they are still dirty or full with waste. Next. Okay, the other project is refuse derived fuel, fuel from waste, and we can use it for in cement industry or in power plant and so on. Next. Yeah, that is the RDF. The important thing is the spiration, shredding, bio drying, and screening, and so on. Next. And we can send the product to the cement industry. No need to build incinerator and so on. Next. That is the result of our project. We have now almost 100 days in 2021. It's still ongoing. And in the middle is the fabrication acceptance test for the incinerator in Labuan Bajo. And the third is the RDF progress now. Next. Next, that is about biogas. We would like also treat in the next future the organic waste to biogas and so on, so that the incinerator can treat just the calorific organic calorific waste. Next. That is our research and development project in Lombok. Next. That's the same. Next. I would like to use the time to show you the other potential cooperation between BPT and Korea, between Indonesia and Korea. Next, what we have done, what we are doing now, water and wastewater treatment, online monitoring, and so next. That is our ready to drink water treatment unit, stationary and also mobile type. Stationary can be used indoor or outdoor, and mobile drink water unit can be operated, for example, in the disaster area. Next. That is our project in wastewater treatment technology, domestic water waste, and also industrial wastewater. Next. That is online monitoring of water quality, lake, river, and so on. Also air quality. Next. That is the we have implemented in many areas in Indonesia. So many. We are now develop developing further this technology. Next. We have done also microalgae cultivation, also phytoremediation. Next. That is type photobioreactor. Next. The other type is the open pond for microalgae cultivation. Next. That is phytoremediation of oil contaminated soil. We use the plantation to reduce the contamination. Next. We do also research in circular economy, green industry, and so on. Next. Just some of the example, the utilization of decay state from pomade biogas reactor to cultivate some useful plantations. Next. We do also we develop also green city and eco-industrial park concept. Next. That is also, we would like to have, like in Seoul, there is a clean river in the city. We would like to have it next time. Hopefully we can do this as
5 menit lagi,
next.
Pak.
Yes. We have also already rearrangement of river. You can visit next time, not far from our. This is from Sud, the government of Sud, the Tangerang city, near the Taman Tekno. You know this. Next. And we would like to implement this concept in any city in Indonesia to give some what we can clean the water as before. We can play there and so on. That was my last presentation. Maybe we can discuss later if we have time. Thank you very much.
Makasih Pak Kholik. Thank you Pak Dr. Abdul Kholik for your presentation. Next, the presentation will be done by Dr. Kwan Yung Im with the title of Landfill Mining and Recycling Technology R&D Plan. Please, your stage is yours. The stage is yours. The time is 15 minutes.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much again. It's in the morning. I'm very much thank you. I came back to share my presentation about the landfill mining in Indonesia. So our center is covering how to solve the problem of the social problem in Indonesia. There are mostly the big problem is waste to energy. Yeah. So that's why I'm specifically the propose also I'm going to share with us about the landfill mining and how to recycling, how to apply our technology for the sustainable waste management in Indonesia. Specifically, I'm going to the pre-treatment and the characteristic analysis needed for the municipal solid waste management. You can see the next slide. What is the problem? What the problem? The problem is that, as you know, Indonesia much more getting to urbanization of the country. The most of landfill located around the densely populated city in Jakarta, Balikpapan, all around in Indonesia. There are waste so much more saturated. The problem of the waste management, how to develop the energy from the waste, that will be much more needed to technical assistance, technical support from outside. Yeah. So Korea, we trying to support technically. We have policy assistance, technical assistance. The total amount of the municipal solid waste in Indonesia about almost reaching to approximately is 38 million ton per year. So that's why we have to renovate the existing municipal solid waste landfill for the waste energy is needed throughout the improvement sustainable management plan for specifically the PTR. So concern about it's ongoing to make a project of municipal solid waste. So specifically composition, the management, how to run municipal solid waste. I got you look at the case of the Bogor number landfill. there are so many collected municipal solid waste, relatively high, much more than organic matter. Yeah, most of them organic matter contents, and also very humid, highly moisture contents in the waste landfill. The collected waste is transported and disposed to the. There are 521 landfill in Indonesia, throughout Indonesia. Most do not have the barrier leachate treatment and landfill gas management facilities. Also, there are most of them combustible account. There are 97% total of them. And then there are metal and bottles pre-selected, already recycled. Yeah. So I'm going to. There are 93% of the landfill already owned by the government, central government or local government. That's why that means there are unavoidable financial burden for managing. So the big burden of the big amount of the budget to put by the name of the central or local government for the managing landfill to make another landfill mining. Please think on what the name of the landfill mining. As you usually couldn't understand the data mining, so we are going to find out what is the specific characteristic of the landfill inside. So we are going to focus on the landfill mining. Yeah. So idea corresponding there are your national priorities, the project under the Indonesian government waste management presidential degree. Yeah. So I think this is much more irrelevant, mostly relevant to your national priority project. More than 2 trillion of the status fund will be invested in the project about the landfill mining, specifically solid waste management. Indonesia government first established waste energy infrastructure in large city with a population in more than 1 million in order to solve the environmental pollution problem that will be caused by the unsanitary landfill, and it's needed more extend the renewable energy production. BPPT is the director of the PTL already. It's a mobile approach. It's a portable approach for the water quality measurement, and also air quality management. There are in terms of the portable, it's a mobile approach. Not only that, but there is no approach for portable. There are container approach for the municipal solid waste. That's why we proposed two portable container for municipal solid waste. Let me show you the specific what the name of the mobile portable. So right now, do not have any pre-treatment technology, performance evaluation, and the waste characteristics analysis device. Look at the next slide. There are what if we can do solve the problem. We are going to providing some support on-site verification, what the data acquisition from the landfill. As you see, we can find out some good evidence, information, knowledge from the landfill. So we have to find out good data from the landfill. We are going to also trying to improve the efficiency by localization, pre-treatment technology for waste. Also trying to activate the process by providing on-site data, landfill site, secure, that will be possible by the help of the mobile approach portable container. Next slide, you can see the three approach we got it. In order to waste pre-treatment container wraps in the landfill Indonesia, and also trying to operating waste energy testing equipment. Finally, we are going to create some RDF, SRF originated from the waste. So we are going to supporting technically support technical assistance about the pre-treatment and waste energy. So second is the development is the construction of the container, two container of the 20 feet. Let me show you later. The two container edgegar, the container satu, container dua. In it, you are trying to sorting, shredding. Finally, the trumpet screen. Anyhow, the pre-treatment and also the characterization of the waste. And then the container dua, you can find out there are evaluation how much more calorific value of the RDF, SRF can be generated from the waste. So second step is the develop. Develop is the portable container that will be trying to measure, monitoring pre-treatment waste energy and all kind of the landfill 521 in Indonesia. But however, we are going to, there are after transfer from Korea to Indonesia to 20 feet of the container, we can do focusing on focusing on the closely the West Java, East Java, Central Java, focusing on the Central Java Island. Finally, trying to make a waste pre-treatment technology in terms of the evaluation, in terms of the data finding, find out how much more the calorific can be found. So you can see the next slide. There are 4 waste characteristic analysis and pre-treatment for municipal solid waste and landfill. Then trying to make finally trying to make put your own engagement as well as the financial support as well as the Korean to container. We are going to make trying to make a management committee that will be sustainably for the measuring in all kind of the many kind of the landfill in Indonesia. So the step is the first one, design and analysis, and then manufacturing. Still right now, there are on the way to manufacturing in Korea. So finally, we have to transport to localization the portable waste to the portable container, yeah. And then finally, there are in Indonesia, you can do demonstration of the field survey and the sorting and shredding thermal screening. Finally, got the how much more calorific value of the SRF from waste. So some of you are very curious about what the container, what the specification to container. So we already named it the waste smart analyzer. Analyzer means there are stand for 2 container, yeah. So the container has got the component of the first one, sorting of the waste, and then shredding, and then we have to analyze what the characteristic of the waste. Finally, trying to find out the sample from the RDF, SRF preparation from the waste. Finally, we packaging all in the portable container. On the way, this is May 2021. We almost manufactured by the Korean good company. Finally, I hope there are moved to in the Q3, Q4, so transport to the Indonesia. So that's why I need your support for the transport and field survey in Indonesia.
Excuse me, 5 minutes left.
Okay, let me finalization. You can see that this is a slide. There are just the 3 or 4 steps. So you can see the first step is you can see we have to sort the waste sort. If they put in the hopper, and then we can do sorting through the conveyor. Finally, and second stage is we can do shredding the waste, crushing, thermal screening. Finally, there are very fine, very defined. You can see the final characteristic of the waste. The next slide, you can see finally what kind of the characteristic in this the specific landfill, maybe number in Tangerang, Bogor. In this the landfill, I think definitely has got a different characteristic of the landfill by landfill to landfill, yeah. So finally, we can take some the experimental result from after the find out analysis characteristic. Finally, we can SRF sample preparation. Eventually, you can put the data. It's like a data mining. You can do collecting all kind of the data from the landfill. So that's why finally SRF calorific value, something like that, like this one. So next slide, this is the real picture, real the design design draft here. So it is a 2 container. Second is the dual container. There are 20 feet to kind of the container, yeah? That's why you have to, you have to the junction to make we put on the biggest truck. That's why we can do, I can imagine the 2 feet of the container, put the truck, you can move to, there are all kind of the landfill in Indonesia. Next slide, you can see, one more next, you can see the specifically the container on the way to constructed by, one more next slide, please. Yeah, this is almost of them. There are just the blue color is the container. We are still manufacturing. We put the SAT container to a container. SAT is meaning there are sorting, there are shredding, the final scramble, and then do a container. The second container means the evaluate the calorific value of the RDF from the waste. Next slide, we can see we're expecting the result. Okay, let me finalize the 1 minute, please. You can identify exact type of the waste, each of them landfill by landfill, Nambo, Dangrang, Banten, the specific by specific. And we can do also the mass distribution by the waste by type and size. This is the other one is very much important thing. Specifically from this landfill, how much SRF RDF can be generated potentially. There will be need to, it's a company, for example, Indo-Cement, there are many cement company in Indonesia, right? So finally, we can do data gathering, calorific value chemical. So our GTC and the corporation BPPT, the analyzer, waste smart analyzer can go wherever the waste can be, help us to make data generation. This is some governance. We collaboration PTA, PTC, PTFIFI. Also the next slide. There are in the morning I shared our structure of the corporation, PPPT and GTC. Finally, the next slide, please. Again, one more next, two more next, please. Okay, this is the big picture. Trying to manufacturing soon, Q1, Q2, and then we have to something that this is a COVID-19 problem, so there are difficult to move from Korea to Indonesia. So that's why trying to find out after transfer implementation. Implementation means there are something like pilot testing in Indonesia, nearby BPPT, nearby the Jakarta. Finally, localization and then maintain ongoing. So this is our GTPI, the restart, July this year. This is a second stage. So at the time, I'm asking much more integrated cooperation for maintaining field survey. Thank you very much. The last slide. There are no player is the biggest than the team player collaboration, BPPT and GTPI, GTC. Thank you very much. Thank you for understanding.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Kim. So we have still time. How much time we have for discussion? Only 5 minutes. Okay, we only have 5 minutes. Is Dr. Professor still here? Or we invite now the question from the participant here. Is there any question from participant here in this room? Okay, please.
Fantastic. So if we have a trash mountain problem, we need to get people to reduce how much waste they're actually using. So can we change and swap to different options? Can we work with the food or the retail supply chain to change the way that they're actually purchasing? And can we work with government? What are their procurement strategies? Can we change what it is that government's buying so that we demarket options that are actually creating and generating waste? Because the best way to start to combat the whole waste issue is to prevent and stop people buying some of these forms in the first place. Now, when that's not possible, then it becomes about working on recovery and recycling systems and understanding how we can actually put community programs in place. I know that not everywhere has strong waste collection systems in Indonesia. So getting innovative and understanding what sort of systems can be built is going to be key to actually do that. So thank you for the question.
This is the answer from the Professor Sarin. Okay, now the question from this room, please.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. So
please. Just a short question for Professor Sarin Randall. I'm interested with the leaves collection. Just wondering how to motivate the people in Indonesia to collect the leaves, and maybe you have some. I mean, I don't know. Maybe by telling them the benefit of collecting the leaves, or maybe there is any economic benefits that can motivate the people. Thank you.
Thank you for your interest in your question. So here in Australia, a couple of really key motivations were people wanted something to look pretty. And so a lot of the pictures and the images used were all emphasizing, you know, a nice house or a pretty garden, and just literally taking that motivation and using it to actually encourage more people to think about picking up leaves as something that they do. In the past, they didn't. One person actually wrote in a comment only a day ago that she used to sweep them out into the road and burn them. So I've seen waste getting burned across Indonesia. This is about changing how people treat any form of waste and what they actually do. And other benefits for leaves were that they are actually part of composting. So Tony's story, the man that showed those pictures of the drains, he actually told us that he ended up collecting them and taking them to his friend. And so for him, there's a huge motivating reward. He felt good, and he's actually supporting his friend who is a composter and will now keep the leaves and use them for their compost. So we used a survey to see what the motivators were and also to understand what the barriers were. And one of the big parts, if you're trying to do some work in Indonesia, is make sure you know what's stopping people from doing something so that you can then work on that aspect for them. Because here at this conference today, you've talked a lot about technologies and what's possible, but you always need to understand your people. What do they like? What don't they like? And what would stop them from taking up this technology? Once you know that, you can actually build your messaging around what their objections are, what their reasons why are, and actually help encourage more of them to do it. And once some people start, others follow, because we're all social. So we tend to start actually following each other.
Thank you, Professor Sarin. We have only limited time for question and answer. I think still one. Okay, still one question from here, please.
Thank you for the opportunity that I can ask something. My name is Nam Hong Kim, working for Corindo Group in Indonesia. And actually, I don't have any background for the waste treatment and anything else. However, I would like to ask, based on my experience when I was young in Korea, today I've got some techniques how to treat the solid waste in Indonesia. But in Korea, maybe a couple of decades ago, when I was young, Korea also, we had experienced almost the same situation. Korea also had some landfill, the waste mountain, we had been there. And then at the time, maybe almost the same solution or a little old style, but the solution for the solid waste is mentioned that kind of waste to energy or another techniques. It means maybe it lead to some burning the solid waste to make some energy or to treat properly. At the time, based on my memory when I was young, if we burn the solid waste when it's wet solid waste or plastic waste, it can make some maybe chemical compound like dioxin. I remember the word dioxin, but in Indonesia also maybe we need to care about the dioxin within. We treat the solid trashes with the solution waste to energy or other method. So I would like to ask about the countermeasure or how to treat the dioxin issues with the solutions. Thank you.
This maybe Mr. Kim or Pak. Yeah,
I think there are dioxin problem. Recently, the last year, the K-Eco asked about some training, the capacity building for the Indonesian researcher, Indonesian people, some policymaker, how to concern about the response to dioxin problem, because there are dioxin problem happen too in legal side, household people. There is put the waste nearby house, nearby some area. That's why there will be definitely our concern to the taking consideration to when you make a waste from the to make energy from waste. Yeah, so all kind can be not generated from the waste to energy. Yeah, so that's why we can do the select the bottle or the combustible to make energy. So unavoidable something to finally there are maybe the landfill there will be the naturally is needed. So I think we have to take a consideration comprehensive and the specific, pick up the specific agenda from the mention about the dioxin problem. Also, I think the Indonesia case, we have to more to make it the sanitation, the landfill area, because there many people live in the neighborhood.
The result was about dioxin furan. We can achieve 0.0088 nanogram per meter cubic air, and the standard is 0.1 nanogram. So we can achieve far below the threshold, the standard of the safety standard of this emission. So we are optimistic in this case. If we do the burning, the incinerator properly, we maintain the temperature, we operate the purification step, air purification control system, and we can achieve this no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have the very limited answer question, and as you mentioned before, if there is someone still have any question, can write down in the chat room, and will be. And don't forget to put your email address, and the GDPA will answer your question by email. But maybe still have one or two questions from online participant. There is any question for the online participant? Is there? Is there any question or here? If someone still have any question, please? No? Ada nggak? Masuk nggak? Oke. If there isn't any more question, I mention anymore that if there is still any question, please write down in the chat room and don't forget to put your email address and will be answered by email. And if there is no any question anymore, we close the presentation. And thank you for the presenter, and let's give the big applause for the presenter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
But allow us to grant the certification for our speakers and our moderator today. So number one is the certificate for Professor Sarin Rundeltiel. Okay, thank you, Professor. Number two, the certificate for Dr. Ing M. Abdul Khalik. Thank you, Dr. Abdul Khalik. And number three, Dr. Kwan Yung Kim. Thank you, Dr. Kwan Yung Kim. And also for our moderator, Dr. Insinyur Widyatmini C. Winanti. So thank you very much for our speakers and our moderator today. Please give them a big applause. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we will enter the fourth session with the title Co-Created Circular Economy Community, Introduction of the Renewable Energy Development Research and Development. That will be moderated by Dr. Novi Saftika. To Dr. Novi Saftika, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Novi. I'm from BPPT, and apparently this session, all the presenters will present online. So I will be the only here on the stage for today. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. I would like to greet, first of all, our honorable guest, Chairman of BPPT, Bapak Dr. Hamam Riza, and Deputy Chairman of BPPT, Bapak Dr. Sony Solistia Wirawan, and Dr. Gatot Duyanto, and maybe other Deputy Chairman of BPPT, also the Board of Directors of BPPT. And as for today, we have Dr. Dudi Iskandar, who is the host of this event today. Selamat siang, Pak. And we have also Dr. Hans Saputra, who is the Director of Center for Energy Resource and Chemical Industry, BPPT. He will present in this session. And then we also have Dr. Muhammad Abdul Khalik, who also present today. Good afternoon. He is the Director of Center for Energy Environment Technology. And I would like also to greet our honorable guest, the President of Green Technology Center, Dr. Byung-Ki Chong, and the Korean Consular of Asian, Mr. Suk Johnson, and Director of GTPI, Dr. Kwan Yung Kim, whom I met personally actually a few times to discuss collaboration between PT SAIC BPPT and GTPI. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the participants of this seminar, online and offline, thank you for attending. And to the organizer, thank you for giving me the honor chance to learn together with you all today. And allow me to chair this session. And today's session, we have the topic of this session today is beautifully stated as the co-created circular economy community introduction of the renewable energy R&D. So circular economy is a term initially introduced in the 90s, but recently become more popular and popular. And the concept is, we can simply say, is eliminating the waste and continue use of resources. So the keywords is reuse, recycle, and manufacturing. Well, here today, we may not discuss about circular economy in global, but as a part of community, we can contribute in this case in developing renewable energy. So our presenters today will talk mostly on the strategy of utilization of waste for renewable energy, which is, I think, very relevant to support the implementation of circular economy both in Indonesia and Korea. So our first presenter, Dr. Hans Saputra, he will talk about general energy technology and introduce about energy project by BPPT. And Dr. Si Hun Lee he will talk about the detail, I think, on technology itself, on gasification and torrefaction. And then the third presenter is Professor Udin Hasanuddin from University of Lampung. He will focus on the palm oil biomass waste utilization for energy. I think it's a great opportunity to exchange information between Indonesia and Korea. As I would like to greet, first of all, Dr. Hans, are you available? I would like to test the audio first.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hans. Thank you for joining. And we have Dr. Lee from KIER. Are you with us? Okay. Can you please say something to make sure the audio is okay? Good afternoon. Can you just say hi?
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Thank you, and nice to meet you. And we have Professor Udin. He is a professor of Lampung. Yeah.
Thank you, Levi.
I think everyone is ready. And as you know that we are behind the schedule, so our time is limited for the presentation is 50 minutes and the Q&A we have only around 5 minutes. So I know it may be not sufficient for the discussion, but I hope the organizer can help to respond to the questions if we have any via email, or maybe if you need, you can contact the presenters directly to themselves. And to the gentlemen who will present today, we will have maybe ladies and gentlemen over there as a timer who will warn me to warn you if the time is about to finish. So apologize in advance if I have to warn you if the time is about to complete. So I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, so let's start with our first presentation. I think the first one is Dr. Hans Saputra. And he will talk about Indonesia biofuel technology. So to Dr. Hans, the screen and time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy today that I have a chance to present about the renewable energy development from biomass from the Center of Technology.
Excuse me, I think we cannot really hear the audio of the Hans. Can you please make sure that
can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, Pak.
Okay. As the introduction, this is the address of our office in Jakarta and our laboratory in Puspitek, Serpong. And according to the organizational structure, we are under the Deputy for Information, Energy and Material Technology, and there is the laboratory for fuel technology and plant engineering design. Our laboratory implemented the ISO IEC 17025 according to the fuel laboratory, such as biofuel, biogas, biomass, coal, and oil and gas. And in the chemical industry laboratory, such as petrochemicals, fertilizer, and salt. This is the introduction on problem statement in our country that Indonesia became the net importer of oil since 2004, and the sources of gas also limited. And, we have to look for the other sources. And up to now, the coal still domination as the fuel of the power plant in Indonesia. But now the world is changed from the fossil-based economy to bio-based economy and hydrogen economy. This is the concept of circular economy. So the old concept, we still utilizing the mineral base for oil, gas, and coal, but we want to replace with the new concept, the renewable energy. This is the example of product from petroleum, and we can substitute with the biomass feedstock. Some of the products is actually the characteristic is almost the same. And this is the potential development of biohydrogen. We have the huge source of hydrogen and some application such as for the transportation and the industrial. The national energy policy, we also want to optimize the primary energy mix. But it's still the problem or the chance for us. In last year, 2020, the target is about 11, is below the target of 13, but still increase if we compare with the previous 9.2. But how can we apply the 11.5% EBT within 5 years to reach 23% of EBT? This is the potential resources and carbon utilization. So we want to talk especially number 4 for the biomass energy. Can we deliver from the biomass, such as the biofuel, not only biodiesel, in this case the biofuel, bioethanol, and bioethanol. So we can utilize the product from the biomass as well, such as the biogas. As we know, there is the some of palm oil production in Indonesia.
Dr. Can you hear my voice? Excuse me. Can you make sure that there are no other participants from your side who joined? Because we got some report that they cannot really hear it clearly because of the echo. Are you the only who joined from your place?
Yes, because I am still in the plant. So there is the noise maybe from the engine. Sorry.
Okay, so it's okay then.
We can see the table that the left side is the fossil fuel-based fuel, in the right side is the renewable energy. According to others, renewable energy, biomass can deliver both of electricity and fuels. This is one of the advantages of biomass base. This is the picture of biomass, for example, that can be obtained from palm oil. And this is the picture of the waste from palm oil. So we can develop energy from the biomass through some route of process. From the liquid waste, we can produce the biohydrogen, biogas, and bio-CNG. And from the solid phase, we can produce biomass through some process, such as the bio process and physical process or gasification. Now we want to see the progress of some fuels that produce from biomass. We develop, we can see this the generation of biodiesel, and this is the target of biofuel implementation in Indonesia. Previously, we have the target about 10% of biodiesel in 2020, but we increased to 30%. Okay, this is some project developed by BPPT. BPPT is one of the laboratories, especially for fuels. We developed the non-catalytic biodiesel production as well. This is one of the products, fuel palm oil, that we have applied testing for some power plant. And we still prepare the development of green technology, green petroleum, especially for green diesel and green gasoline. Now, biogas. Hello.
Because Dr. Hans is at the
I think the problem is the sound system.
Hans, izin. Dr. Hans,
tidak terdengar ya suaranya ya?
Agak ini Pak, echo Pak, banyak suara noise dari belakang. Mungkin Bapak bisa pakai headset, mungkin lebih meminimalkan noise Pak. Dr. Hans is Java, so he's at the plant site, so there may be some noise from the background. We apologize for that. Hopefully if Dr. Hans have a
Hello, sorry.
earphone.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
The
problem that I make the presentation from the pilot plant. I'm sorry. This is the biogas pilot plant in Terantam that we can deliver the electricity about 700 kilowatts, and now still operate by PTPN 5. And we continue to develop the biogas from Pumi by CSTR reactor, especially for co-firing with the capacity of 120 cubic meter per hour. And especially for the biomass gasification or processing, we utilize in the mechanical process, thermochemical and biological. So we can deliver some of the product from the energy and chemicals and materials. This is the ethanol from EFB. And this is the green fuel technology. So we make the collaboration with Japan in SATREPS program to prepare the gasification from the cold model and finally the biomass gasification. So for the next project, we propose some titles of collaboration. Number one is the biomethane from biogas upgrading for fuel of palm oil plantation trunks, and number two, bio-CNG from biogas generated from palm oil mill effluent. And number three, circular economy of syngas from empty front bunks from PFB via dual fluidized bed gasification in palm oil mill. And number four, the biohydrogen production from the palm oil mill effluent. We have the team that attending this webinar offline in Jakarta and online from other place. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Hans, I think we should move to the next presentation and then the third, and then later at the end we will have the discussion session together. So let me call the second presenter, Dr. Si-Hun Lee from
I cannot hear it.
Tidak kedengaran, Mbak.
There is some audio issue. Shall I repeat then? Okay, so Dr.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay.
Wants to present, please start. Thank you.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, that was like audio problem.
Okay. Yeah. Can you see my file?
Yes, we can see clearly.
Okay, okay. Hi, how are you? Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me a chance to present overview of our work. My name is Si-hyun Lee. Now I'm working for Korea Institute of Energy Research. As you know, there are many biomass waste in Indonesia, such as forest residue, agriculture byproducts, and the residue from wood industry. When we use a small-scale cache fire with the biomass residue, we can supply electricity and heat to a small village. So today, let me talk about small-scale cache fire with biomass waste in Indonesia. In the GTPI project, we have two roles. One is an implementation of a biomass waste to energy at Indonesia, and the other is capacity building, participating members in biomass waste sector. Hopefully, the development product will be commercialized successfully by 2023. Okay, as you know, there is some argue about the definition of waste to energy, that is whether waste include the biomass residues or not. In conclusion, it is the same under the subject of waste to energy. According to the many documents, as you can see here, MSW contains biomass and the biomass contains MSW. In this project, waste means biomass waste. Indonesia is ranked 12th as a greenhouse gas emission. So I know the Indonesia government recently submit GHG reduction scenario to INDC is about 40% by 2050. In order to reduce GHG, Indonesia government make a policy to increase renewable energy to about 30% by 2050. There are two scenarios for renewable energy increase, a low carbon scenario and a sustainable development scenario. When you see the low carbon scenario, a share of biomass, including bioethanol and biodiesel, are largest among the many renewable energies in Indonesia. So this is very reasonable because Indonesia has abundant biomass. So the best option for CO2 reduction will be biomass utilization. About 200 million tons of waste biomass produced from palm plantation, forest, and the agro-industry every year. I think there are two methods for biomass utilization. First one is biomass as a carbon neutral fuel. And the second one is biochar as carbon negative emission material. So these are topics of my presentation today. As you know, the biomass gasification is a promising and energy efficient technology for renewable energy generation. Among the gasifier, a small-scale gasifier is known to as suitable for small village and remote area because they can use their own biomass. In general, the small-scale gasifier represents the gasifier under the capacity of 200 kilowatt electricity. By using the syngas produced from this kind of gasifier, we can produce heat and electricity at the same time and supply to the energy consumer in the industry, the public buildings, and the heating networks in small village and remote area. The market of small-scale gasifier has growing in Europe and ASEAN countries. Energy-intensive industries such as metals and the cement industries has a strong need to diversify fuel consumption, and has a need to and reduce energy cost and reduce CO2 emission. Remote areas is affected by high price of diesel for power generation, and has a need to replace the diesel with biomass. However, the disadvantage of biomass is a high cost for long distance transportation due to its low density and unstable properties. Small scale cache fire can be set up at almost any place where a biomass feedstock is available. There are several success stories in small scale cache fire. As you can see here, Germany dominates the world cache fire market. About 10,000 or 1,000 or more plants has been supplied until now. Among them, about 60% has been supplied by two companies from Germany, which is Burkhardt and the Spanner. Burkhardt is a leader by capacity, and the Spanner is a leader by a number of plants. As you can see here, two different cache fire use different type of fuel. That is a pellet by Burkhardt and the chip by Spanner. This implied that the two cache fire has different design base. For the biomass residue in Indonesia, we should make a pellet prior to gasification because most of the residue, biomass residue, have the fiber type, except the forest residue or residue from wood industry. So it is difficult to use it as it is in small scale cache fire. We have developed our own cache fire. First version of 20 kilowatt was benchmarked by All Power Lab in United States. And this cache fire is based on wood chip. Now, through modification, we have developed a 30 kilowatt cache fire with the pellet fuel. Our original plan is transfer 20 kilowatt cache fire to Indonesia in this year, but we should postpone to next year due to COVID-19. Anyway, in Korea, two institutes is participating now in this development. Sun Brand Industrial Link in Korea, which is a small size company, but they have much experience to disseminating renewable energy system in developing countries. IAE, Institute for Advanced Engineering in Korea, which is a private institute. They are expert group for cache fire design and operation. So I expect good products to come out soon. As you can see here, 20 kilowatt cache fire has been operated stably until now. The system was originally made by APL in United States, as I mentioned earlier. The fuel are based on chip. I think we can apply it for forest residue immediately. In the case of 30 kilowatt cache fire, there are many things that should be confirmed and modified because the fuel is changed to pellet. The weakness of this cache fire is low carbon conversion due to low gasification temperature. Therefore, we are now focusing on stabilizing 30 kilowatt cache fire with the pellet. We are now redesign and reconstruction 30 kilowatt cache fire to increase operation temperature up to 800 degrees C or more. Okay, there are many technical barriers in biomass gasification. The most important technical barriers are tar and the fuel uniformity. For tar removal, many technologies have been studied, such as oil scrubber, catalytic cracking, a filter, and wet ESP, but not successful until yet. For fuel uniformity, in the case of wood chip and wood pellet, the quality can be controlled by manufacturer. However, in the case of a biomass residue, there are many different quality of raw materials, so it is difficult to get fuel uniformity. Recently, many researchers suggest separation of thermal decomposition and gasification. Torrefaction is a kind of thermal decomposition. So when torrefaction is used prior to gasification process, then we can get two effects at the same time. That is a tar removal and the fuel uniformity. Let me introduce torrefaction briefly. We can get uniform quality of fuel from variety of biomass sources through torrefaction. The property of torrefied pellet is almost similar with coal. A hygroscopic property changed to hydrophobic. This means fuels can be stored at outside without any decomposition for a long time, and the transport cost is low, like coal. Now the torrefaction is emerging technology. From the graph in left side, we can see the number of publications increased sharply since 2011, and reached to up to 300 or more in 2019. From the graph in right side, which shows the changes in the subject year by year, the trend is changed from torrefaction, gasification, and the new technologies like hydrothermal carbonization in 2018 to new material for torrefaction like sewage sludgy and the biochar in 2019. We have developed torrefaction device named COM. COM means counterflow multi-baffle. Features of this device is solid and gas flows in opposite direction, and the gas-solid contact increases on the baffle by vortex. And the applied temperature too ranges according to the target materials, that is the range 150 to 350 for torrefaction, and the range from 350 to 450 for biochar. Retention time is about 10 minutes, and the system is flexible. We can change baffle type and the location easily. We got international patents on many countries, Indonesia, China, Australia, and Malaysia. The first version of a COM device was already installed in Indonesia and operated at the Lampung University during 2018 and 2020. The results were published at the Indonesia Journal last year. The device is not fully successful because it is our first version, but it has a meaning of getting a basic design of a system and the operation training at the site. This is the development history. The development was started in 2012. First version of COM, similar with that of Indonesia, was installed at the Harbin Institute of Technology, China in 2015 for drying the high moisture coal in Inner Mongolia. And now we developed the advanced version of COM, named as FCOM. F means flexible. To develop FCOM, we adopt a sliding baffle technology to control retention time. The baffle is sliding up and down in order to adjust the opening area for gas flow. And this resulted in a change in retention time. Okay, research showed that we can get uniform and more carbonized product. The ratio of volatile matter and the fixed carbon in y-axis in this graph, which is an index of carbonization degree, it decreased with increasing temperature. This means we can get high quality and the uniform product in a short residence time under 10 minutes. Torrefaction affected greenhouse gas emission reduction. According to the research from IEA seminar in 2018, in the case of transport from Indonesia to Japan or Korea, overall energy savings will be 6.7%, and the greenhouse gas reduction will be about 10% for a torrefied pellet compared to wood pellet. A life cycle analysis showed that torrefaction will contribute sustainable development of biomass, not only by carbon neutral characteristics, but also by energy production for farming and cultivation, by low energy consumption and low greenhouse gas emission. The other important product from COM device is biochar. Biochar is considered as a carbon negative material and already confirmed from IPCC in 2019. For example, when we spray 100 tons of biochar per hectare, then we can reduce 183 tons CO2 per hectare. And this was about $5,500 US per hectare for carbon trading. The carbon negative concept is come from carbon sequestration capability of biochar. While the general biomass decomposed during disposal, this resulted in huge amounts of methane emission. biochar do not decompose for a long time of about 1,000 years, and they have a positive effect on soil enhancement simultaneously. So, and there are many effects of biochar. From the meta-analysis, we can see the biochar has an effect on N2 reduction, and the plant growth, and the crop growth, and the fertilizer control. All these effects already has been proven and commercially on site now. I heard that there is a new program in Indonesia for village support, named as Assisted Village Program 2021. And the Lampung University selected Bangunsari village as one of the assisted village participants. And the first cooperation topic is biochar. I think if we produce biochar and torrefy the pellet using COM device, then we can get various advantages. I mean, we can produce biochar and use it as a material for soil enhancement on the assisted village program. And we can produce torrefied pellet and use it as a fuel to producing electricity and heat through small-scale gas fire and supply it to the village on the GTPI project.
Dr. Lee, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, now 2 products will be produced by single device, and we can get a synergetic effect by combining GTPI project and the assisted village program. Excuse me. Okay, so lastly, I heard that Professor Wayu become a leader of the Biomass Energy Center in Lampung University. And I would like to congratulate Professor Wayu and thank you for your preparation. And Miss Irma, a student from Lampung University, is now work in our lab well and live well in Korea. So don't worry about her. Terima kasih, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation, Dr. Lee. So let's move to the third presentation. So Dr. Lee mentioned about Lampung. So here now we have presenter from Lampung. He's Professor Udin Hasanuddin from University of Lampung. Please, the time and screen is yours. Yes, Prof. Udin, you can start your presentation.
Masih silent.
Sorry, still mute. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Chairman, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Lee, for introduce our university also. Yeah. Well, first maybe I would like to introduce Lampung province, Lampung University. Lampung is located about 40 minutes from Jakarta by flight. Yeah, I think not so far, and we have a lot of biomass. Yeah, and thank you, Dr. Lee, for collaboration from many years ago, and I think we can continue in the future. Yeah. Well, in this presentation, I would like to talk about the biomass from palm oil mill. Yeah, I think the palm oil is the biggest industry in Indonesia, which produce a very huge biomass. Yeah, yeah. From the process of the palm oil, yeah, I think fresh fruit punch from the plantation will use as a feedstock to produce the crude palm oil, and from that process we will produce the mesocarp fibers, palm kernel shell, empty fruit bunch, and palm oil meal effluent as the byproduct or waste. Yeah. Well, I would like to talk about the biomass. Yeah, this is the biomass waste generated from the palm oil mill. Yeah, as I told before, empty food bunch is about 20 until 23% from the FFB, from the fresh food bunch. And then mesocarp fiber, it's about 12%, and palm kernel shell about 5 until 6%. And of course, this liquid biomass, it's a palm oil mill effluent. Yeah. Hence, already talk about the utilization of POME for the biogas. Yeah. Well, before how to utilize the biomass from the palm oil mill, I would like to introduce about the common practice of biomass waste treatment and utilization in palm oil industry. First, about the palm oil mill effluent. Yeah. Usually, we treat using anaerobic treatment in the open lagoon, or in the covered lagoon, or in the anaerobic reactor. Yeah. Hence, already talk about how to convert to biogas and to energy. Yeah. And after that, we utilize for land application because the treated POME is still have a lot of nutrient, which is important for the plantation. Or we put additional treatment and discharge the effluent to the environment after fulfill the wastewater effluent standard. About the empty food bunch, usually we use for mulching. Yeah. But the problem is we bring a lot of water from the mill to the plantation because the moisture of the empty bunch is about 60%. And in the fields also have problem about the orites. Orites is the animal with insect hit the oil palm trees. From the mill also we have fiber and cell, and usually 100% of fiber utilized for the boiler, and about 20 until 50% of cell is utilized in the boiler, and produce electricity and steam for the palm oil mill. And the ash from the boiler is returned to the plantation. And some other company also utilize the empty bunch and palm oil mill for the composting. Yeah, this is the co-composting of empty bunch and palm oil mill effluent, yeah, under aerobic condition. Yeah, this is turns the machine, and we measure the temperature is very high. It's about 78 centigrade. From this condition, we can evaporate a lot of water from the palm oil mill effluent. And this is the EFB incineration. Usually is occur in the palm oil mill without their own plantation. They have a problem how to utilize the empty fruit bunch. Yeah. Some company has incinerate the empty bunch. Yeah, but actually this is prohibited because will produce air pollution. Well, about the palm oil mill effluent for renewable energy, I just want to add some information. Yeah, here Pak Hans already mentioned about the utilization of POME for biogas and then generate electricity. We can export to the grid, or we can utilize in the boiler. Yeah. For the production of steam and electricity. And currently in Indonesia, we already have one palm oil mill which already convert the biogas to biomethane. And biomethane, they're bottling the biomethane, and they utilize for a gas engine in the plantation emplacement, or utilized for the boiler. In the third party, we can sell the biomethane, bio-CNG to a third party or other company or other factory. And also we can sell for maybe a hotel to source of energy in the restaurant or other. And of course for transportation in the plantation. Yeah. This is utilization of EFP and palm oil mill effluent together to produce more biogas. Yeah. From our experiment, laboratory skill, we can produce about 50 until 80% more biogas if we utilize the pome and then the effluent from the anaerobic digester, liquid anaerobic digester, we can utilize for seed bacteria in the EFP dry fermentation. Yeah. And the EFP after fermentation we can utilize for compost and crop cultivation, of course. Yeah. And the biogas we can use for heat, electricity, or transportation or other. Based on the production of CBO last year is about 46 million ton per year. Bio-CNG, if we can combine the EFP and POME together, we can produce more about 4,000 million cubic meter of bio-CNG a year. And we can reduce the greenhouse gas emission about 58 million ton of CO2 equivalent. About the empty food bunch, some company already tried to utilize empty food bunch for EFP pellet. Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Lee already mentioned how to utilize pellet biomass for gasification. Yeah, it is possible to utilize EFP to produce EFP pellet. Yeah, based on the palm oil mill with 60 ton per hour capacity. Yeah, we will produce about 40 ton per hour, 14 ton per hour of EFP, and we can produce 6 ton per hour of EFP pellet. Yeah, in Indonesia, based on the production of CBO last year, we can have potential about 19 million ton of EFP pellet a year. Yeah, so I think we can utilize the pellet for generate electricity. But the problem is, yeah, this is a photograph of the EFP pellet factory. Yeah, this is the pellet. But the problem is in the storage of EFP pellet is easy to destroy. Yeah, because of high humidity. Yeah, we have to improve the quality of the pellet like this. Yeah. And also we have problem about the ash composition in the EFP. Yeah, the ash composition it's very high. Yeah, the standard of ash content in the EFP is in the pellet is maximum 3%, but this is 7. In the pellet is 8, and then the black pellet is more high. Yeah, and the potassium content in the EFP, yeah, it's very high. Yeah, this is the problem. Yeah, so yeah, we are lucky. Our university lucky get this kind of unit experiment. Yeah, we got this torrefaction torrefaction unit from Kier. Yeah, Dr. Lee already mentioned before. Yeah, And we already utilize this equipment for several studies, include the AFP pellet. Yeah, I think Dr. Lee already explained about this kind of equipment. Yeah, and we can produce the black pellet. Yeah. Using torrefaction, we can improve the hydrophobicity of the pellet. So this is the pellet we put in the water. Yeah, within 30 minutes, the raw pellet is destroyed, but the black pellet is still same with before. Yeah, it's the hydrophobicity is increased. Yeah, we can use the torrefaction to improve the strength of the pellet. Yeah. But as content still high, yeah. This is the problem. Yeah. Yeah, heating value increase, of course. Yeah. So to reduce the S content, we propose to make a leaching process. Yeah, leaching process to reduce the potassium and other mineral, and the effluent, the wastewater is going to the wastewater treatment plant, and after treatment we can utilize for land application. So the mineral content in the wastewater become increased, and that mineral is very useful for the plantation. And we will get the pellet with low concentration of ash, and I think will make better. This is impact of leaching process. Yeah, this is temperature condition. Yeah, this is the ratio, and then contact time, and we can produce the ash content in the AFP lower than 3%. Yeah, in some condition of process. And I think in the future, we need more detailed research to establishment the EFP leaching process in the CBO mill. Yeah, yeah. For example, possibility of wastewater or steam condensate or other wastewater utilization for leaching process, because we need more water to leach the mineral. Yeah. And also we need the technical evaluation of EFP leaching process and torrefaction EFP pellet after leaching, of course. Yeah, and of course to make more attractive in the commercial scale, so we need economic evaluation, yeah, for EFP utilization for energy. Yeah, our university are open to make some collaboration. Another
Prof. Udin, excuse me, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, yeah. Another biomass is palm kernel cell. Yeah, we produce about 12 or 13 million ton of palm kernel cell a year, and the excess of PKS, yeah, about we assume about 60% is in the total is about 7.5 million ton of PKS with high moisture and low heating value, and it's possible to self ignition. Yeah. So using the COM technology, we can increase the quality of the PKS. Yeah, this is like this. Yeah, and the heating value is increased very much. Yeah. And the quality is become increased, and of course hydrophobicity is become increased. Yeah. But if we export the palm kernel cell, we also export the mineral. Yeah, if we export 7.5 million ton a year of PKS, we will export also about 225,000 ton of mineral. We assume the S content is about 3%, and the 7.5 million ton of PKS is coming from about 6.25 million hectare of oil palm plantation. And it means we will lose about 36 kilogram of mineral per hectare a year. Yeah. I think we have to consider about this issue because the composition of the ash in the PKS is very complete, and it's difficult to replace using the chemical fertilizer only. So as a conclusion, palm oil mill has potential to generate more renewable energy from the biomass-based utilization, and we need additional treatment to increase the benefit of the biomass-based utilization for energy, and we have to consider about the sustainability of oil palm plantation as a source of biomass in the palm oil industry. That's all of my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Udin, for the presentation. Here we come to the Q&A session. I would like to ask to the organizer, do we have questions from the online participants or maybe from the floor here first? Okay, please. Here we have one participant would like to ask a question.
Thank you very much. My name is Erlan Rosyadi from BPPT. I would like to ask Prof. Udin and Dr. Lee. Yeah. Now I am interested in commercialization of technology. Yeah. Because of limited resources, now everybody talk about circular economy. Circular economy. I want to ask from your experience, how about the convenience regulation from Indonesian government, yeah, in utilization of waste? Because in order to make the project more feasible, it's very important in my opinion. And the second question to Dr. Lee, could you give some suggestions how to make the synthetic gas is more clean? Because it's very important. Syngas we can produce a biofuel. Clean is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Erlan. He's actually senior, same my colleague in BPPT. So his first question is about regulation. So I think if you ask to Dr. Lee that it's a regulation by Korean government, you mean? From the Korean government. So yeah, maybe Dr. Lee, you can share about how the Korean government support the waste utilization for energy. Dr. Lee, did you catch the question? The first question from our audience here is addressed to Dr. Lee from KIER. The question is about how the Korean government support, maybe through the regulation or policy on waste utilization for energy.
For the waste to energy.
Yes.
Now, I think the situation is different with Indonesia and Korea. So in Korea, there are many incinerator, large-scale incinerator, and they are about, I remember, about 57 large-scale incinerator already operated. And certainly the fuel is municipal solid waste. And unfortunately, we have no biomass resource. All the biomass resource, only one biomass resource is forest residue. But in Korea, the forest, the mountain is very steep. So it is difficult to gathering the forestry residue and use it as a fuel. So there are no resources in Korea. So our technology will be applied successfully, I think, in Indonesia only. So there are no government regulation or government policy for the biomass waste in Korea. There are no policy.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lee. So hopefully what Dr. Lee and team have been doing, collaborating with Indonesian later can be a recommendation and to the Korean government. Okay, next, the question is addressed to Professor Udin. Same Pak, about the government policy in Indonesia.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Erlan. Yeah, I think in Indonesia, the situation is little bit different. Yeah, the problem is maybe the renewable energy price in Indonesia is quite low. Yeah, for example, if we want to sell the electricity from the excess energy from the renewable energy, the price is quite low, and it's difficult to get the economic feasibility. Yeah, so from the for example, from the biogas case, yeah, from 2 years ago, it's almost no new company to sell the electricity to the grid, yeah, because the price is quite low. But our colleagues from the Ministry of the Environment and Forestry talk about the economic value of carbon. Yeah, no, the regulation is under constructing. Yeah, and in the concept is if the company can reduce the greenhouse gas emission, maybe from waste to energy, they can get some economic value. But currently, from the environmental side, is if the company can reduce the greenhouse gas emission through the waste to energy, they only get more advanced in the ranking of the what can we call is proper program peringkat ranking program. Yeah, if the waste management in the company is good and all is comply to the regulation, they can get the blue ranking. But if they can reduce the greenhouse gas emission, maybe they can increase to the green level or the gold level, but not from the economic side. Yeah. So I think we have to promote the utilization of the renewable energy, and we can give more benefit for the company to promote the renewable energy. I think. Yeah. The problem is the price of the renewable energy.
Thank you, Prof. Udin. Prof. Udin emphasized the importance of price and market regulated by the government will be very beneficial to boost the implementation of waste utilization in Indonesia. So Dr. Ellen have the second question addressed to Dr. Lee. It's about how to make syngas cleaner. Dr. Lee, can you unmute your microphone?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, clear.
Okay. So as I mentioned in my presentation, already 1,000 or more small-scale gas fire is already operated in Europe. That kinds of gas fire, the reactant is not steam. The reactant is air. I mean air-blown gas fire. So there are very low concentration of H2S and the COS. So I think that that's not a problem. In small-scale gas fire, in order to remove tar and to remove harmful gases, we use bio oil and biochar. So I think almost all the harmful gases are removed before effluent. So no problem.
Okay, so it seems Dr. Ellen is very interested with the technology that you developed, Dr. Lee. So maybe in the future you can have further discussion, because as I know, Dr. Ellen also working a lot in gasification technology. Okay,
good, yeah.
So do we have another question from the floor here, or maybe online participants? If not yet, then maybe I think Dr. Hans Saputra also can add some comments related to the government policy on waste utilization for energy, if you have any, Pak.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have here some information or suggestion from other speakers that I want to add in order to implement some technology that we need the assessments more in detail together with some of institutions, especially Indonesia and Korea. I think we can make the good collaboration in the future to implement the technology in utilization of waste for the high value product. Besides the regulation about this implementation, so we have to enhance the collaborations and mastering the technology itself.
Okay, so I think Dr. Hans mentioned about our duty also to support the government, both in Korea and in Indonesia, to give recommendation related, especially here, since we are mostly technology enthusiasts, so we can support the government to create the best policy and regulation to improve the waste utilization for energy. Thank you, Dr. Hans. So is there any question from the online participants? Do we have? We have? Okay. Can you please read it for us? Okay. Oh, okay. I can see here. It's from Mr. Johan from BPPT to address to Professor Udin. I think the protein from palm oil should be utilized as cattle feed rather than for energy. We import a lot of protein from soya oil waste. What do you think? Please, Prof. Udin.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think the protein from palm oil meal is coming from the palm kernel cake. Yeah. So in the palm oil meal industry, we also will produce the kernel. The kernel, we can extract the oil from the kernel, and we will have the cake of the kernel. So usually we utilize the palm kernel cake as a feed. Yeah. Some research is doing supported by the Indonesian Oil Palm Funds Agency, BPDPKS, to utilize the palm kernel cake to become the feed for the chicken, or if for the ruminantia, it's some people already utilize the palm kernel cake for the feed, for the cow or for the other ruminantia. I think we already utilize the protein from the palm oil, especially from the palm kernel cake. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Udin. So thank you, Mr. Johan, for your comments. I think this reminds us the importance of diversification of products from, in this case, palm oil waste, but also other type of waste, that it is not only to be utilized to generate energy, but also other kind of products. And I believe here we have colleagues from BPPT, who are very much, I think, expert in the field of cattle feed and so on. So I think that is showing us the importance of collaboration between multidiscipline institution or organizations. All right, so it seems the organizer already warned me that the time is up, although I actually myself have a lot of questions. So can I just have a little privilege as a moderator? I would like to ask just one question for each presenter today. And for the first one, to Dr. Hans, could you just briefly share us what is the future strategy from BPPT in relation with energy from waste? Just briefly, Pak Hans. Can you unmute your microphone?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Novi. That one of the key is collaborations. This is the first key that we have to make the synergies between. I think it's not all of the elements become to the one institution, but we synergies from the each of institution and each of the competencies. So in this case, we can implement all the technology by all of the aspects that we have make the assessments. This is the one of the point, and then we have to consistent to continue or thinking about the sustainability or until the end of the technology itself, or we can implementation the circular economy. I think this is the key that we can improve the utilization of biomass in Indonesia, especially in energy. One again, I think it's better if we implemented the biorefinery technology. So not only energy as the product, but maybe the feed from the as you mentioned previously, or materials and chemicals.
Okay, Dr. Hans, thank you very much for your answer. And the second, to Dr. Lee, maybe just briefly you can share how much energy required to add torrefaction process in gasification technology? And how close are we to the commercial stage? Because I think we've been talking about gasification for a very long time. Can you unmute your microphone? We cannot hear you yet. Just brief answer, please.
Yeah. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so it is difficult to calculate exact value, exact energy value to supply the torrefaction device, but many researchers already published their study results, and according to their research, as I mentioned in my presentation, the energy savings may be about the 6 or 7% when the torrefied pellet is compared to wood pellet. Hijau. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's quite brief. Thank you very much. And the last one to Professor Udin, just short comments on how to approach the industry, because we cannot do this all without collaborating with industry. From your perspective as academic.
Yeah, thank you. I think we have to think about the integrated approach. Yeah, how to utilize all the biomass, all the waste, not only for energy, but also for other purposes like the feed or other valuable material. Yeah. I think integrated biorefinery is very much important. And of course, I agree with Dr. Hans. Yeah, we have to make synergies. Yeah, synergies from the BPPT, other university, and of course from the Korea side. Yeah, to utilize the biomass for the maximum benefit for us. Thank you.
Okay, I think that sounds like a closing comments as well. Thank you very much, Professor Udin. So let me close this session with leaving you with some thoughts. The first is about it is important to create the formula to design this most suitable one, how to implement the technology in waste utilization for energy. But also we should not overlook the importance beyond energy. So it's not only energy, but other value added products, for example, mineral, I think it was mentioned, and cattle feed, for example. We should collaborate together from the multidisciplinary perspective. And I think at last, hopefully, all of this discussion can be followed up by further cooperation between Indonesia and Korea to create mutual benefit and fruitful collaboration between these two countries. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much for the chance to chair this session. I think that's time for me to close. Is there anything that I have to add from the organizer? That's all. Okay, thank you very much for your participation. My name is Novi. I would like to close this session. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Dr. Novi. So we would like to grant the certificate for the speakers and the moderator. So the first, we would like to grant to Mr. Hen Saputra. Dr. Hen Saputra, thank you, sir. And the second to Dr. Sihun Lee. Thank you, Dr. Sihun Lee. And the third to Professor Udin Hasanuddin. Thank you, sir. And the fourth is to our moderator, Dr. Novi Saftika. So thank you to our speakers and moderator. Please give a big applause to our speakers and moderator today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue to our last session. The topic is announcement of National Young Scientist Competition that will be delivered by Dr. Windu Negara, SPT MSI from BPPT. To Dr. Windu Negara, the stage is yours. Okay, I think we will invite as well Dr. Kwan Yung Kim. Yeah, I think you're the moderator, but apologize for the mistake.
All right, this is my name is nama saya Kwan Kim ya. My name is Kwan Yang Kim as a director of the GTPI. So today, now we are facing the session 5, the last but not least. But session 5 is the program announcement. So there is to say introduction to National Young Scientist Competition. There will be today. There are any officially we announced there are inauguration Young Scientist Competition program. The sufficiently will be held unfolded in the Q3, Q4. That's why I'm gonna invite our Dr. Windu. He's a senior researcher at BPPT. He, as you know, they are energetic. There are all the dimensions that are capable. There are very specialist there. So let me introduce the Park Windu. Windu gonna introduce what the contents of the Young Science Competition, what the criteria that are. Yeah, he supposed to promote everything. Many of them to join after understanding the Young Science Competition. Park Windu, could you explain in detail? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Pak Kwan, for the introduction. My name is Windu Negara, and I'm from Center for Agriculture Technology Production. So as Pak Kwan said in the introduction, I'm going to deliver a brief explanation about the National Young Scientist Competition. So this is the competition is the collaboration between GTPI, Korean side, and us, BPTP. So we have I will deliver a presentation, but before that, the organizer will prepare my presentation. So this competition in my WhatsApp. Sorry. So this competition is, as I said, a collaboration between BPPT and GTPI, and we will focus on the smart farming actually, but with the 3 topics inside the smart farming. As you know, that smart farming is a one whole unity topic, and then inside the smart farming there are some sub topic like energy and environment, and also the agriculture itself. So the purpose of this competition is how we encourage the young scientists in Indonesia under 40 years old to develop, to increase their ability in make innovation about the smart farming. I'm sorry for the interruption. I'm still waiting for the presentation. Okay, so the competition will be done in online. So from the beginning, from the announcement, and today we are going to announcement how is the competition, and also the registration process also will be done by the online. Alhamdulillah. Finally, so this is how is the competition concept. So first is, as I said, the competition will be done in the online. So from the registration of the participant until how we announce who the winner, all will be done in the online competition. So we will provide the website, the dedicated website for this competition, and we will inform you later more detail about the website, the address, and also how to apply the competition. And the other thing, the important is the project. The participant needs to create a proposal that will make a project, a research project about the smart farming that can be implemented. So it's not the basic research actually, but it's more to the implementation or implementation research. So we want to encourage the young scientists how to create the innovation that can be implemented as a solution in Indonesia. And then the project outputs that I said as implementation, it can be a prototype, machine, tools, or device. It can be also software, system, electronic, or 3D design. And then the assessment, we will assess the point of the proposal based of the substance of the proposal and also the presentation video. Next. And this is the assessment criteria. There are 7 assessments that we will perform to assess the proposal of the applicant. First is the original idea, and the novelty output, scientific thinking able to be implemented. This one is more important. The idea should be implemented, addresses problem in Indonesia particularly, and then strength literature. It should be have a strength literature review and then appropriate method. Next, please. And then the participant who is eligible to apply for this competition. So is I want to announce good news for you, young scientists that attend in this room and also in the online. So the Indonesian citizen, first is Indonesian citizen with age less than 40 years old on 1st October 2021, sorry, 21. And then government, it can be from government, private institution, university, or NGO. And then minimum, have a bachelor degree in related science. So smart farming with the subtopic agriculture, energy, and environment. and the applicant must have a degree in the related science, and then have been working minimum 1 year in the current organization. So the applicant must have a institution approval to join this competition. And then the participant must make a presentation video, and the video will be uploaded in the YouTube, and then the reviewer also will use the video as a assessment point. And then the project proposal. The project proposal, the applicant must make a project proposal in terms of agriculture, energy, and environment, and then must provide and upload all required documents. So we will make a requirement document that needed to apply this competition. And then the applicant can only submit for one project. And then this one, able to deliver project output. So there will be a 6-month period for the winner to conduct the research project to deliver the output. And then we will announce it later. And then this is about the project proposal. So it's the normal proposal, project research proposal, if you are familiar with the science, the research project. So innovation of, the general term is innovation of green technology in agriculture production, energy and environment sectors that can be created and implemented in Indonesian smart farming system with maximum budget 75 million rupiah. So the winner will have a 75 million rupiah fund to deliver the output. And then the content of the proposals is like a normal proposal, as I said: summary, background, budget, problem formulation, literature review, research method, and also references. And the maximum pages, only 10 pages. It's just short proposal. Next. And then the presentation video. This is some thing about the presentation video. First is, it's just a short video, 3 minutes video, and then must be accessible to the public. So the applicant, when want to apply for this competition, they also need to make a presentation video related with their project and then upload it to the YouTube, and then can be accessed by the public. And also, yes, to identify the video, need to take the our competition tag, GTPI-BPPT NYSC 2021. And then the material on the presentation video is based on the research proposal. Next. And this one is the prizes and awards. So the first winner, they will get 75 million, as I said, for the project fund, and then 15 million rupiah cash and trophy. And then for the second one, is the second winner is 10 million rupiah cash without the funding research. And then the third winner, 5 million rupiah. Next. And then the timeline, this is also important. The timeline is now is July, July, September, we will do a socialization. And then in October will be a proposal review. And during the July until October, we will make a website and then open the registration based on the website. And then the proposal review will be done in the October. So we will have 3 reviewers with the specific scientific background in agriculture, environment, and energy. And then in October, we will have a winner announcement, and then the winner will have 6 months to do their project. And then at the end of the competition, April 2022, the winner, after finish to create or do the project, they will hand over the output to the organizer, and then we will have a announcement for the prototype handover. Next. So, ladies and gentlemen, we as the organizer looking forward to seeing you, all the young scientists in Indonesia, to join in this competition and do the best to create an innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to your in detailed explanation, Young Science Competition. This is as you know, there are GTPI, we are focused on the capacity building, information sharing, the technical system, as well as the research and development demonstration. There are all like this, the four activity and function of the GTPI in Indonesia. There will be, it's like interconnectively that are unfolded to the the increase your institutional capability, and also personally the researchers capability grew up. Yeah, so I think there are as a young scientist in the under the 40 age, so that's why all of you in the flow you can apply that. But we are not only focusing there on the smart farm, but also definitely is enlarged to like this seminar covering environment and the renewable energy as well as the smart farm and etc. related to the domain of the cooperation field. That's why you keep on, you think on that we have to combine, we have to the often to the energy issue, environment issue, there are a smart farm. So that's why we want again there are after open to the website we can do officially that we once again announce to the information to good that are in what the specific criteria, what the specific there are maybe the award, maybe there are yeah. So that's why this is a today just gonna inceptual there are it's like information sharing idea about the young scientist competition. So once again we are going to officially again in the website at the documentation, right? That's why I do keep in your mind there are domain, the mainly there are environment, there are renewable energy issue, and also there are smart climate smart agriculture issue and etc. related to the cooperation domain. So actually this is as you know there are our GTPI will be done the June will be finished up the June this year. This is we called by the first phase. We restart from the July 2021. That's why young science competition unfolded quarter 3, quarter 4. That's why we have to request to the budget to the Ministry of Science and ICT. That's why everything will be changed to how many amount of the budget will be that are invested. This is the young science competition program between the GTC and BPPT. That's why we have to once again announce about the full information in the website, not the verbally, but the website by the documentation. After review and we have to report to the Ministry of Science ICT in Korea. We also have to be the confirm approval that are ministry and the national research foundation from Korea. Also, even there are GTC. The president of Jang Byung-gi, after his approval, final approval, you can do unfold the many the information to you. Okay, so why not? You challenge, you think on your innovative the ecosystem with the community by the co-created that are mutually that are. I want to be you encourage you all of you to join to apply the innovative idea, innovative research and agenda. Through we are going to make a sustainably co-work with you in Bahasa Indonesia, Kerjasama, right?
Yes,
okay.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Is anybody online that are in offline? Anybody you want to? There are the question. Not only this young science competition. This is almost of the closing time. That's why Park Dudi, are you prepared for the closing remark? Before it's the closing remark, I want to ask you about all of them. Your question, open question time, including the session 1, 2, 3, 4. This is it's the final session. Yeah. That's why anybody, whatever you want to ask about the Q&A session. Yeah. Could you check it out at the chat room, the online? Any question about all of them today? Okay, yeah. Okay, let me introduce him. So Park, he came from the ESSI. His name is Ediat, right? So thank you for you in the morning, early in the morning to the last session that you take attend that the honorable, honorably you attend here. Okay.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Adit. I'm from PT or Pola Group. We are a private company specializing in many industry. So the question is maybe very concise, very brief, is how can private companies or private sectors be involved or take part in the GTPI initiative that has been mentioned in the session earlier, especially in the mass landfill section. Thank you.
Okay, that is a good question. There are, as you know, in the morning, since in the morning you got you can heard about you can saw about the many the good terminology. There are PPPP. There is a public-private partnership with the people. This is our title is finally innovative ecosystem with the community. That's why our GTPI is focusing on the partnership between the public and private with the people. That's why we called by PPPP, mean there are quadruple helix model. Paksoni in the morning share about the quadruple helix model cooperation among the academy, industry, and research institute, and with the people. People means the local community. I hope the result, our comment report of the cooperation GTPI with between the BPPT GTC. Finally, I hopefully the beneficially outcome to happen to in the local community. I hope this is our activity, our cooperation would be finally something beneficial to the people, local people. Maybe in the somebody in the Batabara, somebody in the Pekanbaru, somebody in the maybe the. This is our hopefully. That's why I'm asking to write this the counterpart like the better essay is the private company in Indonesia. In the morning, there are Indonesian company, it's the biggest company in the Korindo. They join to our celebrate our congratulate our today's seminar. That's why not? I hope you open to the cooperation, the better SAI like a private company to join to our Ask You agenda. Also, why not you apply to the Young Scientist Competition, the proposal, the innovative agenda for our potentially cooperation, research agenda. Yeah, that's why especially you are interested in the landfill. So I think there are our GTPI with the cooperation better very close cooperation. He's focusing on the smart farm, the agreement, so the development. Not only him, not only his part, but also PTL for the landfill mining. Also, PTSEG is the bio, there are renewable energy development. That's why whatever you want to do cooperation, to let me know. Just ask about. We open to your cooperation. We are ready to. Yeah, this is the concept of the PPPP, private. Public-private partnership with the people. People mean company, local people, whatever, whoever. Thank you very much. Yeah, your question?
Yes, may I say something, Pak Wan? Comment just from what have you said. Yes, I agree with you that also for all the participants that we will have another detailed announcement for the competition. Also, we will distribute the information not only in the next agenda, the announcement event, but also we will distribute information through the social media. And after we establish the website and then the system for the competition, registration, also the topics that Pak Kwan said. After that, yes, I will make sure that we will deliver the information for this competition to all the target applicant that we want to get, the young scientists in Indonesia. So in the university, the private company, the government institution, research and development, also maybe from high school, it could be a young scientist. So yes, by this competition, we want to create that, as we said in the title, how to create the innovation ecosystem. Start from the early, from the young people in Indonesia. We want to encourage them to create the innovation as a solution for all the problem, especially related to agriculture and environment, and then energy in Indonesia. So I think that is the good point, and then a good implementation example of our collaboration between GTPI and BPPT or Korean and Indonesian. I think that is Pak Kwan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Besides that, I want to encourage right now there are student participants from the UNILA Lampung University. Is it right? That's why this is a young scientific competition that will be open to everybody in the people in Indonesia. Even somebody live in the Papua, Indonesia, Kalimantan, Sumatra, Sulawesi, everybody live in the Indonesia. So especially I'm encouraging the Lampung University. So trying to think on the center is originally named from Korea, Global Social Problem Center. What they mean we think on the scientist and science technology innovation. This is the tools and aim for solve the social problem. What do you have any social problem in Indonesia? I think the first priority thing is the waste problem. How can you to make energy from the waste like this? Think on my idea, my agenda is something to beneficially to solve the problem, making the solution proposal to solve the problem partially, or anyhow partially or not, whatever you think on it's like something agenda to solve the problem of the currently problem of the society in Indonesia. It's like a waste problem, the pollution problem. So how can you approve in the current the policy, the strategy according to government agenda, whatever. So anybody in question from student from UNILA Lampung University? Okay, this is almost we are going to closing session right now. So should I so
to the next session?
Yeah, could you end the closing and then give it to me your mic to let me I'm asking to invite Pak Tudi in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I hope Dr. Widu and Dr. Kwan Yung Kim stay on the stage. So now I would like to invite Dr. Dudi Instandar to the stage to grant the certificate directly to this speaker and moderator. So Dr. Dudi. Okay, first of all, from Dr. Dudi to Dr. Kwan Yung Kim. Dr. Kwan Yung Kim. Okay, thank you, Dr. Kwan Yung Kim. Will you give big applause to Dr. Kwan Yung Kim? And then from Dr. Dudi Iskandar to Dr. Windu Negara. Okay, maybe three of you guys can have a big shot all together. Dr. Dudi, Dr. Windu, and Dr. Kwan. Yes, the three musketeers. Okay, freestyle. Sarangeo. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Kwan Yung Kim, Dr. Windu. You may leave the stage. Oh, okay. Okay, no problem.
All right, can I? Yeah.
Yeah, can.
Okay, there are from my bottom heart, as you know, there are our GTPI has got an inauguration. There are 2019. I think we got the 2-day the inauguration opening ceremony and the launching seminar was held in there are 23rd August 2019. There are almost right now there are any third year. Okay, this is 2021. That's why you are facing on the third year of the GTPI in the activity in Indonesia with the corporation BPPT. So today our seminar, I think there is a more meaningful meaning beyond our just information sharing for your capacity building. There are much more the bigger meaning today our seminar. There are especially much more the magnificent. There are heartful thanks to all to participants from GTC, the president, was the president, the Hamam. There are from the KIST, KL, KAIST, UST. There are Griffith University. All of them. There are also, I'm also thank you. You have the participation offline. There are so many, over 100. In the morning, I got to find out the 150% in online. That's why I'm really express my gratitude from my bottom up. So the first priority, I'm thank to Dr. Dudi Iskandar. He got we very much more close the cooperation with him the long time ago. So I'm going to give it to my mic to the Dr. Dudi. He got express closing remark, and then we can do all closed our seminar today, and then hope to see you again in another cooperation, small or large, whatever. Okay, Pak Dudi, so Dr. Dudi Iskandar, could you do closing remark? Could you give him the big applause, warm applause?
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Wan. You can sit down here with me. Yeah, it's okay. So I would like to read the wrap up of this seminar because already there are teams that wrote the closing remarks from our event today. So I will read it in glance, maybe not all of these was it closing remarks from our seminars today. So I would like to thank you to the team that already made it this. Maybe this is the remarks that we are going to put in our report. So the first one is this webinar, international webinar that's joined between BPPT and GTC, like Pak Wan said, that we have been collaborate for 3 years. Is that right?
Yeah.
And I've been in touch with GTC for 4 years because before Pak Wan announced as the director, I already in Korea to initiated the GTPI with Dr. DJ. So I would like to thanks to him that he brought me to this beautiful and powerful platform. We call it GTPI. So that's collaboration based on not only our professional profession, but also based on friendship, of course, and feel the same that we are going to collaborate for a long time to support especially the green technology in both countries and also in ASEAN. So the first one, that a global collaborative platform in the development of mutual cooperation opportunities in green growth and green innovation technologies. GTPI will facilitating this multilateral partnership, enhancement, and research development and demonstration, RD&D. So we have several topic here: introduction to the green climate smart farming, research and development. I would like to thank you to Dr. Lee, who already enhanced our knowledge and knowledge, especially how to establish a plan in the future for development of smart farming in Indonesia. The second session is about sharing program of science and technology cooperation and Korean invitational training program for global green technology, delivered by KAIS, ASEIC, University of Science and Technology, and is it right? So it will be for us the future for our collaboration in a training program for global green technology. I hope that you can give the our suggestion to Rebecca to improve our her program in Indonesia, especially in capacity building for green technology. The fourth one is about environmental problem, such as municipal solid waste, landfill mining, and other waste need to be handled wisely. Is already discussed by our speakers from BPPT and also from Korea. And the fifth one is implementation of circular economy, as if from traditional to linear economy to responsible consumption and production will be beneficial. And BPPT perform this practice in renewable energy development. We already have discussion with the very brilliant speakers from BPPT, Pak Hans, and from UNILA, from Kier, Korea, and also in waste, municipal waste. We have speakers from BPPT and from Korea as well. Didn't mention here. So the last one, announcement about the National Young Scientist Competition by Pak Windu and Pak Kwan. This is all the summary from today's seminar, international webinar, join BPPT and GTPI. So I would like to thank you to the President of GTC. Would you please give my best regards to him for his support to our collaboration. And I would like to thank you to Pak Hamam Riza as the chairman of BPPT, who also supported us from the beginning until now for the all programs that collaborate between BPPT and GTC. This is the new ecosystem that we built, Pak Kwan. Because in BPPT today, 3 centers in BPPT collaborate with GTC, GTPI for 3 subjects that very important to develop: smart agriculture, renewable energy, and waste management. So I would like to thank you to Pak Kwan, who have been here for 3 years with us, and where's his office? Sometimes it's empty, the office, yeah. Sometimes you were there, but I hope in the future I will meet you mostly in our office together, so we can talk and discuss. Because I think in the future there will be more programs and projects that we are going to do together in 3 subjects that you said in your report, and also Pak Deputy mentioned that we are going to work harder and closer in the future. So we hope that in the future, in 2020 and 21, we are going to establish the project of smart farming, climate smart agriculture, and maybe some project related to renewable energy and also to waste management. Those 3 projects actually become monumental in the end of our collaboration, and we are going to continue with the new things that will be beneficial for Indonesian people, Koreans, and also ASEAN. As we mentioned in the beginning, that we are going to run this platform, become one of the organization that can be collaborated in Indonesia, Korea, and many countries in ASEAN especially. So thank you very much to other centers in BPPT, Pak Hans, thank you very much, and his staff, Mbak Novi. I would like to thanks to Pak MAK and Bu Meni, and I would like to Director PTPP and Pak Yuda, who already joined with us, and I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the speakers from Korea, from Australia, yeah, and from both sides, Indonesia and Korea, spending the time together with us to sharing knowledge and experience. And I would like to thanks to the organizer, Pak Windu and team, that's already been working very hard since we prepare only 1 or 2 weeks, Pak Kwan. So that's it's very hardworking, but I would like to thanks to all of them. Could you please big applause to all the organizer chaired by Pak Windu and team. I would like to thank you to all of you, all the participants who attended this webinar for whole day, offline and online. That we hope that like GTPI principle, so we are going to collaborate wherever you are and whatever your profession, as long as we can do together better and bigger and make it beneficial for people. So that's all, Pak Kwan. Hopefully we can move to the real program, like Pak Chairman of BPPT said, that this is the time to do, to act, and to establish the project that will be we are going to do together and bigger. Thank you, Pak Kwan.
Ya, terima kasih banyak.
Ya.
Ya. Okay, there are any
Ini kayak duet ya, mau ini.
Due to our the original schedule, it's exactly there is a 5 minute pass over. So that's why, Pak Windu, could you make it make it unmute all of them, the participant online? That's why, you know, could you open to all the participants? Can you see it? I think that I'm going to suggest you there are all of them at the same time. Thanks to just 3% priority. Maybe I'm going to thanks to maybe the not Thank you very much for, in my case, thank you very much for President of GTC, 정병기 소장님, also Pak Dudi, also Pak Windu. This is my especially thanks expression to 3%. That's why. What about all of you to thanks to 3 person, only 3 person. You say to speak out, yeah. This is my suggestion. That's
Tapi ini mungkin agak berbeda dengan.
you make everybody make it. Why not you shout thanks to that everybody.
Ini Korean games atau ya? Okay. Oh, still. Oh, thank you very much. Here, this Pak Arif, Director. Thank you, Pak Arif. And also Pak Hans. Pak Hans, thank you very much, Pak Hans.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
This Pak Arwanto. Thank you. This is the directors in BPPT. Oh, Pak. So many people here from Makassar, from IPB, from Unila. Thank you very much. Can you, Pak Kwan, say something?
우리 GTC 어디 계신가요? GTC 대회의실 아직 계신가요?
예.
Oh, thank you.
거기 아직 있습니다.
네, 우리 소장님, 김 박사님, 김영건님, everybody 감사드립니다.
수고 많으셨습니다. Yeah. Thank you very much.
감사합니다. Thank you very much, Korea.
Why not everybody? Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you dari Makassar. Thank you dari.
Sampai jumpa.
Thank you very much. Saudara yang ada di Indonesia, thank you semua universitas.
Terima kasih banyak.
BTIKK dari Bali.
Oh, there are somebody from Alien, yeah, from the Mars.
Ya, dari Kementan, terima kasih.
Kim 박사님, 김태훈 박사님.
Dari mana lagi, Pak? Bisa di itu? Dari Unila. Banyak ya? Oke.
Banyak.
Mohon maaf yang tidak disebutkan.
Oke, thank you Pak Udin.
Pak Profesor Udin, terima kasih. Mudah-mudahan kita bisa bekerja sama selanjutnya.
Ya, Pak. Ya, terima kasih.
야, 이준 박사님 수고하셨습니다. Thank you, Park Hans. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Yeah, I think Park Hans, you got a very qualified your staff member as a Dr. Nobi. Nobi is not the Mister. Yeah, he is the Miss. Yeah, but Doctor. Okay. Terima kasih banyak, everybody. I hope to see you again.
Oke.
Ya.
Terima kasih kepada semua EDA yang di sini, tim perumus, Nia sama Mbak Siti, Bu Weni sebagai MC,
ya,
fotografer, semua yang ada di sini, Pak Kwan, and teman-teman yang hadir secara offline di sini.
Okay, officially is the finish up. There are any? Why not we take many picture in the front, all of you? Okay, thank you very much.
Ya, Pak Nasir, yang ini berdua udah ya? Oke. Oke, kita foto bersama seluruh, mungkin
Bapak Ibu mungkin bisa menuju panggung untuk foto bersama. So ladies and gentlemen, maybe can move forward to the stage. So ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Agency for Assessment and Application of Technology BPPT Indonesia and Green Technology Center with Green Technology Partnership Initiative South Korea, thank you very much for joining us today. We apologize for any inconvenience occurred during the seminar. It has been our pleasure to host this event. I wish you will have a pleasant day today. Thank you very much. Kamsahamnida. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, Bapak Ibu silakan.
Oke, Bapak Ibu silakan Bapak Ibu sebelum kita pulang foto bersama dahulu bersama Pak Kwan. All the participants in this room. Ayo Bapak Ibu, silakan Bapak Ibu. Mungkin bisa diatur ininya posisinya Bapak Ibu. Everybody maybe can organize yourself. Bisa ada yang di atas, bisa ada yang di bawah kayaknya.
Dedikasi asli yang
asli kam.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending our event. So this is the end of the event. For all the participant, online participant, we would like to say thank you. And then please, if you can leave the event, we are already finished in here. And then hopefully we can join again next time with you all guys. Thank you very much. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, terima kasih sudah menghadiri acara kami. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang online, silakan dapat meninggalkan event karena kami sudah selesai. Dan kami berharap bisa bertemu lagi dengan Bapak dan Ibu pada kesempatan yang akan datang. Terima kasih sekali lagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.